Hi, what is up guys? Welcome to what is going to be a VOD of the live stream that we had yesterday. So basically, yesterday we did a live stream about the Plant vs. Zombie game, and we tried to recreate it as much as we could in about 6 hours. Now, we didn't tackle every single game mechanics. There is something missing, but we did a lot of it. We did a lot of stuff, so we can actually, it can be a good prototype at least, and we can build on it to make it better. And there's also some really nice things that we've done, such as the levels. The levels are actually made out of a CSV file, so some guy could be making the levels in a Excel sheet. So in case you have a designer, you can just hand him over that Excel sheet. And you know what? I'm not going to talk about it. I'll just show it to you guys. So here's our game, right? So this is what we created yesterday. I press on play. I have a preloader we haven't seen. Then I have this. This is some kind of well, level selection. Right now I only have the level 1 unlocked, so we're actually locking the other level. I only have the level 1 unlock, and the levels, it's not something we've made in the game. It's not something we've made over here somewhere. They're actually fetched from a file, so this level data file, which is only a text file. Alright, so basically we've got our first level over here. Now these numbers, they mean something, and this is the enemy, when they spawn, and where. So the first type of enemy spawns, say, on the third lane, because this is index 2, this is 0 base, and it spawns at 5 seconds in. This is for the first level. On the second level you do something else. You start spawning the second kind of enemy, so pretty much there's a real structure to that, and a designer can actually use it in a Google spreadsheet. Let me show you right here. This is where we actually create it. So with that, once this is done, we download this as a CSV file, and then our game automatically reads it and actually creates those buttons. It creates those level. It also creates some kind of save game, so we know say we complete level 1 really fast, we will in a moment. Say we complete that, it's actually going to unlock the level 2, then we can turn off the game and actually have the level 2 unlocked. So we have some kind of progression going. Alright, now let's take a look at the inside of the game. Here we go. So I'm just going to hit pause. This is our grid. This is what you actually see. Now don't mind the background. It's not we kind of ran out of time when it was about, when it was time to do the art. So this is our normal grid, and we can spawn a tower pretty much anywhere on that. So let me just do something real quick. I'm going to spawn this tower here. And as you can tell, these are the little flowers that just drops in. You click on it, you get some gold. And this was an enemy just walking in. This tower is actually shooting it. Now the actual shot, the projectiles are not there. They're invisible. And that's why I say we're kind of run out of time when it came up to it. But this one crosses the line. We lose a life. And at one point, this guy is going to die. And then, oh, actually this guy is the last one. So once this one dies, the level is completed. We have unlocked level 2. We haven't done the finish screen, the recap information at the end, because we also ran out of time. But all you have to do there is just create a menu. Just tell your player, okay, so we've done that. We finish with that much money or something like that, and just click here to go back to the main menu. Then we can go ahead and start the level 2. In level 2, we start with more gold. We start with 300 gold, which is defined in the CSV file. Here is the starting goal. So level 1, we only start with 150. Level 2, we start with 300. We have more tower unlocked, so right now we can spawn this tower. We couldn't do that before. And if we just take a look, this tower is pretty much just a tank, so it's going to stay there, not attack. But it's actually going to buy us some time. And right now I'm just placing some money towers, so over time they're going to grant me money after 10 seconds, I think. It's all depending on the balancing of the game. Now, the balancing isn't done great, but if you need to balance stuff, you can go over to the prefab folder. Every single tower has its own things that you can actually change. So this one has gold on delete when you actually sell it. I haven't shown that. You can actually sell a tower by clicking this, and you click on your tower back and you get some gold back. Not the full amount, but you get some gold back for that. You also have the pause menu, which we haven't really done, but it goes back to the actual main screen. But all we'd have to do for this one is just whenever you press it, you put the timescale on 0 and you show a menu. And that's pretty much it, guys. So that's what we've done yesterday. We've done quite a lot of things, actually. And yeah, so I hope you guys can enjoy this one. We have a good base to build something great if you guys really like these kind of game. And that's about it. So I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream, and I will leave you to it now. So I guess I'll see you in a moment. Right, so welcome guys, welcome to an actual live stream of the Plant vs Zombie game clone that we're gonna try to make as soon as possible, as always. So the rules are quite simple. I'm going to be making it from scratch, not using any models, not using any third parties, libraries, whatever. So we're gonna be starting from scratch. We're gonna be doing this with cubes and sphere, so that's why the project name is Cube versus Sphere. And I'm going to be going at my own rhythm, so this should be uncut unless there's like something going on in my house, like some kind of bomb happens, and then I edit that after the VOD. But during the live stream, I'm actually going to leave everything on, and you guys can just tag along if you wish. Okay, so over here I've got my Unity, and I'm creating a new project called Cube versus Sphere. Now, before I actually got started with the live stream, I went ahead and I just did something really quick. I had like an extra 10 minutes. And I've just did some quick UML chat. So the way I plan to have this game is I will have a preloader, so that's empty scene that contains data. I will have a main menu. In the main menu you can only like choose which level you're going, so level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we jump into the game. So that's my preloader scene over here. That is my main menu scene. And that's a beginning of the game scene. Nothing is really completed in that, but if we just have a look and what's going on. So in the preloader, I'm going to be checking which level are unlocked. I'm also going to save and load depending on the previous session. So okay, all the save data is going to be is did we complete level 1 or not. It's going to be something really simple like that. We're not really keeping track of the score of the time. We're simply saving the state of the bit array, the unlock level bit arrays. It's also going to contain a current level int, so we know which level we're in right now, and this preloader, this data helper, is inside of the preloader, and this is going to persist throughout the whole application. So it is going to have a don't destroy on load. Now, as far as the main menu goes, we simply need to do like some action on the UI to tell is this unlock or not, which is going to be fairly simple. Then we have a button that goes into the game. Every single level is going to have their own button. So maybe just a square with number 1 on it will take you to the level 1. A square with number 2 take you to number 2, and so on. And then as far as the game is concerned, we'll just do it, and I will try to explain it as we do it. Okay, so we've got a nice scene over here. Let's actually choose which resolution we're going to be aiming for. I am going to go for 960 by 640, which is the tablet HD widescreen. Like so. And let's actually get started and do the preloader first. So we're going to go in the order. So first scene, I hit Control S. I have my preloader over here. I am going to create a new C# script called a data helper. Now the data helper needs to be something I can call from pretty much anywhere, so I'll make sure to have a static instance inside of it. So public data helper, actually public static data helper instance. I'll just make this a property with a setGet. Now, just a little bit below, I'm going to say instance is equal to this in a stat, like so. Alright, so what else do we need in there? We needed to have a bit array which contains the levels. So let's do public bit array, and these are the unlocked levels. Alright. We also need inside of here a private void save. Actually, you know what? Let's make this public. We're going to be calling it from outside. So public void save. And also a public void load. Alright. We are also going to include the Unity engine, .scene management, so we can move away from this scene once we're done doing the whole initiation phase. So this is our initialize, basically. We start by saying instance is equal to this, then we're going to go ahead and just load the previous save. That's the load function. and we are going to load the menu scene. So we're going to do scene management dot. Can we do scene management? It's actually scene manager dot load scene, and we're going to load the game scene. Oh, we also must not forget to actually make sure this is don't destroy unload. So don't destroy unload game object, we're going to point towards ourselves, and whenever we actually load the other scene, the game scene, this is going to stay, and we're going to be able to call well, access these up here, and also public int current level index, or current level will do. Alright, good. Should we be implementing the save right away? We could actually do that. Alright, so let's go ahead and implement the save right away. We're going to be saving everything into a single string because it's going to be fairly easy. So string save string is equal to, let's start with the empty string like so, and then what we're going to do is actually iterate through that bit array. So unlock level, let's see, what can we do with that? Is there a get? There is a get. Okay, so for int I is equal to 0, as long as I is smaller than unlocked levels at, unlocked level count, then we do I++. So we're gonna iterate through our bit array like this. So we're gonna say save string is plus equal, and then we're gonna send a single character here, and that would be unlocked level dot get at the I to string. Alright, let's give this a try. So we're going to do a debug.log save string. Or you know what? Actually, we don't have any levels just yet, so we're just going to not bother with this for now and just assume that it works. So we're going to do playerprefs.save save string or set string. The key is going to be the save string and the value save string. Okay. Now, as far as the load is concerned, I think we can simply do. Now we're going to be filling this unlocked array, so we're going to do. First, start by getting the string. So string save string, load string in this case, is equal to playerpref dot get string. We're going to get the string at the index save string, so the exact same one that we put here. And then we can do a for each on every character of this string. So for each char C in a load string, then we're going to check. So is the character we're looking at right now 0 or 1? So if C is equal to say 0, that means the level is not unlocked. And what we're going to do is actually say unlock level dot set. You're going to set which index could you be setting? We are going to create a int here, so int I is equal to 0, and let's also make sure that there is a I++ at the very end of this for each statement. So unlock level set at the index I, we're going to be setting the false value. Now if that's not the case, if it is not equal to 0, we're going to say unlock level dot set at the index I, we're setting true. Okay, this should actually do it, but we can't really test it out just yet because we don't have any levels, but we have a good start. Good. Back into the preloader scene, the one we're in right now, we are going to just go ahead and create a new empty game object. This is going to be our data helper. Just going to reset the transform, put it at its original position, drag and drop this here, and we should now be good to go. We can also delete the camera because this scene is never going to be actually loaded. Alright, so let's go ahead and hit Control N on the keyboard to create a new scene, then Control S. This is going to be our, menu scene, and I just realized that I made a mistake in the data helper, so let's go back inside of it. We're actually loading the menu, we're not loading the game straight away. Okay. Good. So if we start from preloader, we should actually jump into the menu scene now. And it does not work. Let's find out why. That is because the scene has not been added to the build settings. So let's hit Control and B on the keyboard to open up the build settings. And we're going to be dragging both our scene in here. So the preloader first and then the menu. Once that is done, we can go ahead and just play this. And as you can tell, we're now in the menu scene, but we've started from the preloader. Okay, so we got this flow going on. Let's actually have a look at this. So in here, we're going to be calling a function that is going to change the little piece of UI we're going to have for every single level. We are also in need of a function called toGame, which is going to launch us into the game. Okay, so menu. Create a new C# script. This is the menu manager. We're also going to need another empty game object for this one, so menu manager. And it is going to have the menu manager script on top of it. Let's actually boot this up. And we need a start, so private void start. We need another function, private void unlock levels. And we need finally a toGame function. This one has to be public because we're going to be calling it from our button. So public void toGame, and we're going to take a int level index. Let's go ahead and just do this right away using Unity engine.scene management. And in the toGame, we're going to be saying scene manager.load scene. We're loading the game scene in here. And then just above that, make sure it's actually above and not below. Data helper.instance.current level is equal to level index. Alright. Now this should actually make sense. We are going to create a game scene right away. Good. So Control N again, save. We save this as the game. And we are going to create a game manager. Is that it? Did I say? Yeah, game manager. So create C# script game manager. Again, we're going to need another empty game object. This is the game manager. And you're getting the idea. So I'm just going to put one of those kind of manager in every single scene. Alright, so here we are in the game manager. This one doesn't really do anything just yet, I think. Yeah, it's not going to do anything just yet, but it's actually just going to be existing for now. That's a good start. Okay. Let's also add it to the build settings. So Control B on the keyboard, we drag and drop game in here. Good. Now, from our preloader, we start here. We go inside of the menu. We actually need some way to transfer our user to a game scene now. So we're going to start laying down some kind of really simple UI. I am going to right click here, new canvas. Actually, you know what? Let's start with a panel. So new panel, you now have your canvas, which takes the whole screen. And you also have your panel. Now the panel, I'll just go ahead and name this level selection. And level selection is going to contain a pretty much just some kind of list, but now I'm just thinking about how exactly we're going to display it. We could be displaying it from left to right. We could be having some kind of multi-dimensional grid. It really depends on what you like doing the most. I think I'll just go for something really simple and go from just a horizontal layout group that goes from left to right. Alright, so let's do this. I am going to just go ahead, create, we have the level selection over here. This is going to be the level selection panel. Now inside of that panel, I'd create another panel called level selection container. And what else could we be doing? We could be creating a new UI again. And this is going to be a simple button. Why not? Let's start with a button. So we have a button over here. We have the level selection container. The button is actually going to be a level button. As simple as that. We can be changing the width for, say, 75 by 75. This looks actually good in size. Oh, before we actually start playing with the size, let's go ahead and make sure our canvas scale with the screen size. So I'll be choosing my canvas over here. put it on scale with screen size. Now as for the reference resolution, I'll give it 960 and 640, which are my viewport resolution over here. Okay. So maybe bump this up to 150 now. And on the level selection container, this one is going to contain a horizontal layout group. Let's remove the force child expand on both width and height. And our button should be right here at the very top now, like super small. So this button now needs another component. Back on the button, I will go here, add component. This is now a layout element as well. Preferred width and preferred size, height, is going to be both 150 and 150. And if we just start spamming this, this is what we get. It's actually restricted at the end, so I think we're going to be having to put it on minimum width instead of preferred. So let's actually do that. Minimum width 150, minimum height 150, and leave the preferred and height as well. Now we can just go ahead and duplicate this, and as you can tell, it goes pretty much forever, and that's what we're looking for. That's the kind of result we're looking for. Now we gotta find a way to actually make sure this scrolls, so I'll just be leaving like few like that. And on the level selection panel, I'll add a scroll rect on it. Now the scroll rect takes in a content field, this one over here. I'll simply drag and drop my level selection container in there, and let's actually just hit play, see if it works. And as you can tell, we get some kind of weird result. First, let's go ahead and remove the image we get on this one. We don't actually need an image, or wait. No, you leave it on this one, but we go on the level selection container and we're gonna toggle this on, this one off. So that's on the level selection container, not the actual level selection panel. Okay, so we want this to be moving horizontally. Yep, that's right. Vertical, nope. But we also want this to be clamped. The movement type gotta be clamped. Let's try playing this once more. We're not even able to scroll anymore. So what I'm thinking about is I think this need a content size fitter. Now I'm not really good with this just yet. I'm still trying out stuff, but I think this is how we do it. So basically you need a content size fitter on your container. And this actually works. So as you can tell, I can scroll from left to right. And in the game scene, it doesn't go past this point and it doesn't go past this point. So that's pretty much what we're looking for. But as you can tell, when we first boot the game, it's actually putting that in the middle, and that's definitely not something we'd like. So I think you gotta be playing with the anchor a little bit. And if we have a look at this right now, we go on this thing, the anchor preset. We hold shift, and that's really important. You must hold shift. Click here. Then this is going to move both the anchor and also set the position, which we don't really want to set the position. We only want to be able to set the pivot point or the anchor. So we're going to click on here with the shift down. Then we're going to stop holding shift and then go back on a stretching mode like here. Then move the position back on 0, and we should now be good to go. If we press play, this is what we get. So we start from the level 1 over here, and we can then scroll this way. Alright, so that's pretty much it for the buttons. Let's actually have one to test it out. So this is button number 1. On the button number 1, I'm going to go in the unclick function. Sorry about my English. I'm kind of tired a little bit. So we got the unclick function here. Drag and drop your menu manager inside of a little field here. So you gotta be creating a new unclick function first. So it looks like that. Then you can go ahead and grab your menu manager, put it down here. This is actually going to list all the components on your menu manager. So let's have a look. You have the transform and you also have the menu manager script. If we go back on our button, here they are. So you have the transform and menu manager plus the game object, which is hidden. You don't really see it, but it's a component on its own. Inside of the menu manager, you have access to every single public function, such as our toGame function, this one here. Click on it, and this is going to take you to level 0. If we just change this parameter, it's going to take you to another level. But right now, we only need to test this out. So I'm going to type in 0 in the text, put it on best fit. I'll increase the max size, why not? And now we can go ahead and duplicate this button a few more times and actually just change the parameter of the onClink function by 1. This is 2, and this is 3. Also going to change the text so I'm not confused. 2, and then finally 3. Okay. Perfect. So let's actually test this out. I'm gonna go in my preloader, press play. We get these buttons. Go in level 0. Go in level 1. It's all the same thing. So we're still loading the same exact scene, but now there's one little change. There's like a little different in between every single one of those buttons. Is that it actually sets the current level in the instance of the data helper. Okay, so we can actually start creating our game from now on. So say we are in the game manager. What is the first thing we need to tackle? I think the first thing we'll need to tackle is actually load a certain level data. And what I mean by level data is every single level should have some kind of class that defines what is going to be part of that level. So I have it over here. In this, say on level 0, you're going to have a bit array that is going to tell you, okay, so you're allowed to use the first kind of tower and the second kind of tower. The rest are unlocked at this point. You're going to be unlocking them somewhere else. We don't really care. But in this very level, you're only allowed to use the first 2 towers. The level structure is also going to contain the amount of gold you have at the very start of the level. And this is also going to contain all the data about the enemies, so which enemies should spawn and when. So I think we can go ahead and just start creating this level structure. But before we do, let me just create some folders. So this is the script folder, scenes folder. Put the appropriate things in the appropriate folders, like so. Okay. And where can we actually declare our level structure? Let's go ahead and make a new script. So this is the level. Let's simply call it level. And it's not going to be a structure, it's going to be a class. Why not? Alright, so all of these things in here, they need to contain first a bit array. So public bit array, unlock towers. Let's make this a property, why not? And also public int starting gold, which can also be a property. Or should it be actually? I don't know if they should be property, both of them. You know what, let's actually just leave them on public. And that's all we're going to be putting in for now, because I'm not quite sure how we're going to be tackling the enemy, but we'll find out when we actually get there. So these are the level. I think our data helper should have a our data helper should be the one holding all the levels in the game. So I'm gonna go back on this guy, create a new public. Let's make a list. So I'll be needing Unity engine, or I mean system.collection.generics, making a public list of level that I'll simply call levels with an S, like so. Okay. Now, is this going to be serialized? I don't think so. If we have a look at our data helper now. Oh, there it is. So here is the amount of level we're gonna have. So the first one, let's actually put 4. I think we only had 4 in the menu. So these are our full levels. They are not defined right now. They're classes we can't really define, and they're not anywhere. So I think we can actually go in our level here and make sure this is serializable. So let's do system.serializable. See what this does. Okay, so it does nothing. I think we're gonna need to actually turn them into actual structure. I remove the mono behavior, make sure this is a public structure level. let's have a look at how this actually acts. So here we go. Now it has a little bit more sense, and this is what we get. So the bit array we can't really see. We'll just find out some way to make it work a little bit later on, of course. But we have at least the starting gold. Can we change this? We could be changing this for a long, actually, or unsigned long. Why not? Or you know what? Even better than that, we'll just put a int for now because we don't plan on having that much tower. So public int unlock towers. Here it is. And as far as the wave goes, like the enemy wave, we're gonna be tackling that in a moment. Okay, so in the first one, the first level, let's start with 100 gold. In the second one, 150. In the third one, let's do 200, and then 200 again in the fourth one. As far as the unlock tower goes, in the first level, we're only going to be able to have let's say the two first counter towers, so that is going to be 3. I'll come back on that in a moment. Those are basically just bit flags. So I took the first bit, which is 1, and the second one, which is 2. That gave me 3. If I'm trying to have the 3 first tower, that's going to be 1, 2, and 4. So we're going to end up with the number 7 in the end. But like I said, I'm going to come back to that in a moment, as soon as we understand what's going on. Let's just make sure we put, say, 7 in these 2, 3 others. So first level, there should only be 2 towers. In the second level, and third level, and fourth level, there should be 3 kinds of different towers. Okay, preloader, we go in, we click clear, then we should be loading data about the actual level. To do that, we are going to go inside of the game manager, declare a private level. This is the current level, and in the private void start, we're gonna say, so current level is going to equal data helper.instance.level at the index current level, which is also stored inside of the data helper. So data helper.instance.current level. Okay. And just to make sure everything works, let's go ahead and just modify a few things. So we're going to be writing which level we're on somewhere. So Unity engine, so using Unity engine.ui, let's write status text or / game UI, something like that. Public text, this is going to be the current level index, and I'll just remove the first capital because this is only going to be an actual text value. And with the current level index, I'll just go ahead and say current level index.text is equal to data helper.instance.current level toString. Okay. Alright, this is going to start getting a little bit messy already. Let's go in the game and actually just start laying down the UI so we don't get sidetracked by some code that we don't actually need just yet. I am in the main menu right now. I am going to create a new panel again. And let's have a look. So this is my panel over here. It's taking the whole canvas. That's exactly what I'd like. Now this is going to be, since I'm making this for a tablet, what I'd like to have actually is have this over here at the bottom. This is where I'm going to be putting all of my towers. But I'd also like to have some kind of menu up here, like at the very top right. And that's going to give me like a pause button and also some kind of information as well. Or you know what, let's actually just put the pause button over here, and the information we can put them over there, top left. So this is going to be the game status UI. I'm just using some general names. And this is going to be anchored at the very top left. I'm also going to hold shift and have my pivot point go there as well. Now I can reset all my positions and it's going to snap there, like so. The width is going to be, say, it doesn't have to be that big, so maybe 200 by 50. And in here, I will create a new text. So UI, text, current level, 2 dots, and then I can just go ahead and type in what I'd like to have. So 0 in this case. Or X, you know what? Writing X is going to be better. Now, let's make sure this stretches on both axes. I can actually move this here, 0, 0, 0 everywhere. Center the text. And it's actually going to look like that. I'll also put that on best fit because why not? Okay. And then that is my current level index text. Okay, so now if I go inside of my game manager, I can drag and drop this current level index text in here. And whenever the game boots, I should actually have an actual number over that X. Actually, you know what? Before we start, this is only the number. We can also add some kind of data here. So what do we write? Current level, 2 dots plus the actual number. Okay, let's finally test this out, see if we have a proper game flow going before we start doing the gameplay. So that is our menu. We click on 3, we are on the current level 3. If we now start again, go on 1, current level 1, and then so on. So this works. What I'd like to have now is some kind of way to go back to the menu right away. So under my canvas, I will quickly create another panel. So UI, panel, anchor this one top right, make the width say 100 by 100, okay, maybe like 75 by 75, and on top of that there is going to be a button, so that is the pose panel. And what I think I'll do in the very end when everything is done is I'll actually turn off this panel so I don't see it. And under the pause panel there is going to be a button which is going to stretch on both axes. Or you know what, it's actually going to be in the center, like that. The width is going to be, say, 50 by 50, and that is my pause button right there. I'll also remove the text because I don't want to see it there. And this pause button is basically going to call a function inside the game manager. A function we still don't have, so we're simply going to create something really quickly in our game manager. We're going to call that public void to menu. And whenever we click on that pause button, it is simply going to return us the menu for now. Because we can do the whole menu, we can do the actual whole pause menu later on. Okay, so we're gonna need Unity engine dot scene manager again, or scene management. And in here we do scene manager dot load scene. We're loading the menu scene. Let's actually link our button to that. So game manager is right here. The onClick function is down there. Click on the plus sign. Drag and drop the game manager function to menu. Good. Back to the preloader, we click on play. Load level 3, we go back. Load level 2, 1, 3, 0, and then so on. Right, so we could actually be ready to go ahead and just start laying down the oh, well, actually, you know what? Since we're already in the UI, let's keep making some more UI. This is going to be the tower at the very bottom UI. So let's go ahead and right click on the canvas, create a new panel, and let's actually anchor this one at the very bottom left. Actually, why not bottom left? Or you know what? Make it stretch. That's even better. Make it stretch on the horizontal axis. So once we have that, we can then not remove, but resize the height to, say, I don't know how big the buttons are going to be, maybe 75. I'd actually have to test that on the device, but let's start with 75. Why not? Or maybe what? Maybe 85, and we can give it like some kind of padding on both sides. Okay. This is going to be the tower panel. So the tower panel is going to contain all the different kind of towers, and also at the very end, at the right here, there's also going to be the amount of gold we have. So I'm going to create yet another panel called tower container. Make this one anchor at the bottom right here, bottom left, and I'll make sure the width is something like 350 or maybe 400. The height is 75, and I can just give it a small padding up here, so of 5. So of course that's only like some kind of UI. You can do whatever you'd like with this, it doesn't really matter, as long as it looks good in the end. We'll duplicate this, so I duplicate the tower container. This is the gold container. I will anchor this on the other side. Then reset the position, reset the width. So this is going to be about 90. I can give it, say, a position X of 5, or I mean -5. And this is the kind of result we get, so this is actually satisfying to me. Okay, so towers on the left and then gold on the right. Let's go ahead and do some towers. On the tower container, we're going to have a horizontal layout group. Right click on it, buttons, and if we move the button a bit, it's going to snap back in the horizontal layout group, so I'm just going to do that really quickly. There we go. And this is going to be a tower. Which one? I don't know. Tower 1. Why not? Also, I'll remove the button on it. Not the button, but the text. And just start pasting some towers. I think we're going to have a maximum of 5 for this episode because we're pretty much trying to rush this game. So 5 tower is good with me. As far as the bit flag goes, this is tower number 1. This is tower number 2. This is going to be 4, 8, and then 16. So if you want to have like, if you want to unlock the first tower and the third one, you need to have a bit flag of 5. And we just keep on going like that. What else? What else? I think we're gonna be just leaving those here for now. So this is tower number 2, tower number 3, tower number 4, 5, and that is it. Okay. Next step we can take is actually start creating some gold. Why not? So in the gold container, I'll have a text over here, public text. This is going to be the actual amount of gold, so we can just type in XX or something of the sort. Make it shiny, say with a nice gold color. I'm going to make sure this is actually anchor at the very top here, and give it a small position of maybe like -10 or 10. Then move the height to something of the sort. It really doesn't matter as long as it fits the center and you can see it well. Okay, so maybe at one point we're gonna have like I don't think we're gonna go above 4 digits, so I think we can just type in like that, 4,000, and I hope for the best. Of course, everything can be modified in the later, but right now that is pretty much okay with me. That's the amount of gold we get, and we can also put a small icon beneath it. That's what I had in mind, so that's why I left some blank space here. So this is going to be the gold text, and below that I'll create an image really quick. So UI image, gold image, and I have nothing right now I can use, so I'll just use a random check mark or this knob. So this knob is going to be the gold icon for my game for now. And of course you modify the width as much as you wish. You can be putting it on, say, 75 by 75, and I'll just put the number on top of it. It really doesn't matter. You just go ahead and write whatever you'd like the most. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go back with that 30 by 30. Okay, good. So what's going on now? We have all the towers. We have also the gold space. We should have a reference to gold so we can actually set it in the game manager. So let's go ahead and do that. In the game manager, there is going to be a public text gold amount text, or gold amount, like that. Oh, you know what? Gold amount text is better in this case. So gold amount text, and we're also going to have a function somewhere, so maybe about here, public void update gold text. Now all we got to be doing here is say, okay, so how much gold do we have right now, and just transfer that information inside the text UI. But we don't actually keep it anywhere, so you know what I'll be doing is I will be actually writing it down somewhere. So private int gold, and that's the amount of gold we have. Okay, now the amount of gold we have is can be defined. It's actually inside of the current level when we start the game. So we can say right here, gold is equal to current level dot starting gold. Now if we go inside of the update gold text, we can say gold amount text dot text is equal to gold dot toString, and that's pretty much all we gotta be saying in here. Now this is in a other function because it actually, you know, it is public, and we can call this function from other places if we need to. Now since I haven't really done the whole architecture yet, I don't know from where exactly we'll be calling this, but if we need to, it is there, it is public, we can call it from somewhere else. So update gold text is our function to actually change the text. We need to put it somewhere in the update, not the update but the start, so I'll just put it down here. Actually, you know what, we need to put it every time we modify the gold. So as soon as you see gold is equal to something, or gold is plus equal to something, we're gonna do a update gold text. Okay. Also make sure you don't put this in the update. I saw some of your guys' code when I was helping you out on Facebook, and I see people like actually putting those in updates, and that's something you definitely don't want to do because it's a really costly operation. You're actually manipulating the string every single frame, and that's just going to give you like really bad time in the end. So only update your text when you need to update it. Okay. Let's actually give it a small try. On the preloader now, I'm going to hit play. Go to level 0. We have a null reference, so let's go ahead and just fix that. Oh, I think it's because I haven't set the gold text. So back in our game, we go under the game manager. Gold amount text is not actually set, so let's pull down our menu. And inside of the tower panel, there is the gold container, and then the gold text we can just put in here. Okay, back to the preloader. We press play. So level 0, we start with 100 gold. Everything seems to be working fine except these tower thing that we're gonna be fixing in a moment. Then we go in level 1, 150 gold, level 2, 200 gold, level 3, still 300 gold. Alright, next step, let's actually make sure those buttons are not interactable if the unlocked towers is not set. So, how exactly should we be doing this? We should go on the game manager and say private void unlock towers. Why not? We create a new function called unlock towers. I'm just going to put it before the unlock text in the start. And this is where it gets a little bit messy. So we're actually going to iterate through. What can we iterate through? We're going to be iterating through the tower container, this thing. And for every single child, we're going to be saying, okay, is your bit flag actually active? If it is, I'm going to leave you like that. If it is not, I'm going to turn off the interactable button, and it's actually going to look like that in the game. So let's do that, right? Can we do a for each on this? Should we do a for each on this? First, we're gonna need a reference to this actual tower container. So let's do public game object tower container, and let's actually set it right now so we don't forget. Under my game manager, there is a tower container object. This is the parent of all the towers, so right here. And we got it. Okay. Now for each transform t in tower container dot transform, you know what, we could actually be setting this to a transform instead of like game object, but I'll just be leaving it like that. So for each transform in my tower container transform, so for every single children object to my container object, we will do t.getComponent.button. We're going to get the button component dot interactable is equal to something. We still don't know what is that something, so we got to be finding out. I'll leave it on false for now, but bool active button is equal to, and then we have to check, is our bit flag actually active? Now what information do we have for this? Let me quickly check. We have current level dot unlock towers, and this is a public int. Okay, so we're gonna be looking, how exactly should we be looking at this? I'm having troubles remembering how to do this thing. Okay, so I found it with a quick Google search. This is how you actually check for a bit in a integer. So here's what we do basically. We say our actual numbers. This could actually be, this could be 3, or this could be, well, we set 3 for the 2 first tower, then we set 7 for the 3 first tower, and then it would have been up and up and up until we actually get all of those. But we take this number, so either 3 or 7 in our case, and then we check the bit at the index 1, and then we shift towards the actual index. So say we're actually looking for the first tower. We're looking, okay, is the first tower active? Then we take the bit and we shift it. We don't actually, because it's going to be at index 0. But if we were to look for the second tower, which is index 1, we'd take that number, that bit, and we'll just shift it toward the left, and then we actually check, okay, is this one active? Is the 2 value active? It's a little bit complicated like that, and I really can't explain it at all this morning. But this is how you actually look for a bit. And I'm actually going to show you debug.log. So this is going to return us the value 0 if it is not active, and the value of the bit if it is active. So I'm just going to say bool this value is equal to blah 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 is equal 0. Okay. Is this equal to 0? If it is not equal to 0, that means it is true. If it is equal to 0, that means it is false. Okay. We can actually get it working now. I'm gonna go in the preloader. I'm in the preloader right now. When we press on 0 over here, if we check our data helper, we have only the 2 first tower unlocked, because unlock tower is equal to 3. So it says true. Oh, I'm actually on collapse. Let me try again. Go here. It says true for the first 2 tower, true, and then the rest is all false. If we go back and we go on this one, on the level 1, we should have the 3 first tower. 1, 2, 3, and the rest is false. And then just say that we just assume that we have none of these, then that would be 0, and I'm just going to put it in the level 0 as well. Go here, try again, they're all false. Now if we'd like to have, say, the first, the second, we skip the third, and we want the fourth one, we would have to do 1 plus 2, we skip 4, and we go straight to 8, so that's 11. Let's actually go here, type in 11, and we should have true, true, false, and then true, and the rest is false. True, true, false, true, and the rest is false. Okay, you get the idea, but we basically got this working. Now all we're going to be doing really is saying t.getComponent interactable is equal to active button, and we can also remove our debug.log. Great, let's actually try this out one last time, just to make sure we get the idea. 2 first are active, then in the level 1, 3 first are active, and it just keeps being like that. Good. Alright, so we've got pretty much the whole UI thing planned out and almost working, if we just forget about the pause button, which doesn't really pause thing. We could actually make it pausing right now. That would be a good thing to do. I'm just wondering right now, what exactly do we need in that pause button? And why exactly do we have a pause button? I think we could be putting some information in there, but I don't know which kind of information we want to be putting in there, and if it's actually a good idea to pause the game. We will come back to this. Great, let's start doing the gameplay. So, as far as our gameplay goes, I'm actually thinking about making this 3D. And that's exactly what I'll be doing. And the whole gameplay logic is going to be on something else. It's going to be on a grid. We could call it a grid manager if we wish. So I'm going to go up here in the game object, create it empty. This is the game grid. And it's also going to have the game grid script on it. A new script that we just created. Okay. Now this game grid is going to contain a lot of information. Let's start with few private consts at the very top. So let's do private const int amount tile in x. So how many tiles do we want in x? Let's go for 10. Private const int amount of tile in y. We're gonna go for, say, 5. I think that's how it works with a real game. Or maybe the amount of tile in x is like 9 or 7. I don't really recall. But that's what we're going to be using. And let's also do private const float tile size. And this is going to be pretty much just a square number. So I'll just put that on 1. So it's going to be 1 meter by 1 meter. Right. So private const, actually no, private void start. In the start, what exactly should we be doing? I know what we're going to be doing in the update, so let's go ahead and do the update right now. Private void update. And in the update, we will draw debugs, because we love drawing debugs. Why not? Let's do a for int I is equal to 0, as long as I is smaller than the amount of tile in x. We do I++. Inside of that very loop, this for loop, we're going to create another for loop. This one is for j, as long as j is smaller than the amount of tile in y, j++. Do I actually need to do that? Or am I being stupid? Right? I think I'm being stupid. They don't need to be in the same loop. Okay, so debug.drawArray. We're going to draw an array that starts from, okay, so that's the 10 lines. We start from vector3.write, and we could do times tile size, but we're going to be always using like 1 meter by 1 meter, so I'll just remove that. So vector3.write times I, and the direction it is going to be, oh, this is an array. Okay, never mind, we're drawing a line, we're not drawing a array, my bad. So direction is going to be vector3.forward times amount of tile in y. Okay, I think I got it. I'm not quite sure. Let's have a look in the game, so we're gonna be able to tell if this makes sense or not. The preloader, I'll load whatever scene I'd like. And now if I go inside of my button here, I click on Gizmo, I can actually see what's going on, but I can't really see what's going on because the camera is really messed up. So I'm going to go back inside my scene and actually zoom in on that and have a look at what is this. What is this? Okay, so the starting points, here they are. They all work perfectly, but then this thing is the ending point for every single line. This is not going to work, so we need to change that. I'm going to type in vector3 start position is equal to vector3.write times I, and I'll just be changing those around here. So debug.drawLine, we start at the start position, then we do start position plus vector3.forward times the amount of tiles. This should make a little bit more sense. Have a look, and here we go. So That's pretty much perfect. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We should have a 10th line, so we're going to do a +1 on that. Here it is. On the amount of tile, +1. Okay. We also need a +1 here. Back in the game. Okay, so we got our additional line over here. Let's do it, but on this side now. Copy the same thing, and the start position is going to be vector3.forward times j, and then we can say this is the start position, then we go towards vector3.right times the amount of tile in x. Okay, so here is our grid. Very nice grid. Alright, now we gotta find a way to actually like show this grid with our camera in a way that looks good. So here's what we're gonna do. We are going to just take our camera while the game is running, and while it's running I'll just position it at the right place. So maybe 5 in X, maybe 5 in Y, and I'll just move this towards this. Do I want this to be in perspective? I think I do want this to be in perspective, so we have a sense of 3D and it looks more friendly like that. So here it is. I'll just move this a little bit forward like so, and up. And that's our grid right there. That's our game scene. The whole game scene goes in here. Now, what's going to happen if I press stop is that we get the whole camera back, and this is going to suck basically. So what you do in that case, in case you have some changes that haven't been, you're not doing those changes outside of the play mode, so they're actually going to be deleted, is we're going to go on our transform here, right click, we're going to do a copy component, then stop the engine, go back in the game scene, find the main camera, and then paste our component. So paste component as value. And here we go, we have the same camera back, except that it is back in orthographic, so let's just put this back on perspective. Here we go, we start the game, go here. Now if you don't see the lines, it is because the gizmo are not on, that's all. And another thing that I like to say is, if those gizmo, they don't work, if you don't even see them right now, it's not a problem. It's not supposed to be there in the final build anyway, we're just doing this to actually see something while we're making the game. But it is not required. Okay, and what else? I think we're actually good, and we can actually start making the gameplay. So how long has this been? Okay, so we pretty much took an hour to just do the whole setting up of the game, and I think we've done quite a lot actually, so we got a nice game flow going right here. We can actually start building the gameplay. So I'll take like a small 3-minute break, and I will be right back, guys. So in a moment, I'll see you soon. Alright, so I'm back with my little tea, and we should now be able to proceed with what we need to do here. So let's have a look. We have our grid. It doesn't really exist, it's just like debug.log draw rating, right? We don't really do anything with that. What we do need though is an actual grid in the data. And we could be making a 2-dimensional array and just put ints in it and just define, okay, so int is going to be when this tower is here and blah blah blah. But instead, I'll be creating a new class up here. So really fast, public. Should we create a class? Yeah, let's go ahead and do a public class. This is going to be a tile. Yep, this is going to be a tile, right? So tile is going to contain a boolean. I think I have it somewhere in here actually. Tile strike. Okay, so it's going to be a boolean. It's also going to contain a tower, which we don't have just yet, and a position. So public bool occupied, like so, and also public vector2 position, which also going to be a get set in this case. Now let's actually start creating our tower right away. So I'm going to go in my script, right click here, and create something I'm going to call a base tower. Now you just leave it like that, don't touch it, it's fine where it is. We are going to go back inside of the game grid, and now we can say public base tower tower. get set again, and I had a function that said it just get me the tower, but then we can just leave it like that, and that's going to be fine. So now once we have this class called tiles or tile, we can now make a multi-dimensional grid with this. So in our grid down here, I'll make this a public tile multi-dimensional array, so like this. I'm going to call grid. Simple as that. So set get again in my start. Whenever a game starts, I'm just going to empty everything, so we'll do grid is equal to a new multi-dimensional array, and this is going to be amount in X and amount in Y. And I think we're pretty much good with that. Now the default value for all of those, I don't know if it's going to set it by default or not. Just in case it doesn't, I'll do a for each in that. So for each I is equal to 0, as long as I is smaller than the amount of tile in X, I++. Copy this line over. We're going to be putting it just down here. Let's open up some brackets as well. So we've got this here, and we can say int j, as long as j is smaller than the amount of tile in Y, then j++. And what is the error here? So I don't quite see it. Oh, it's for each. Never mind the each in front of it. I don't know why I typed that. Okay. Right. We're gonna do grid at the index x, at the index I actually, I, comma j is equal to a new tile, and then we can say, okay, so this is how you're going to construct this. Occupied is equal to false. Position is equal to a new vector 2, and we'll do I, j, like that. And do we need to set the tower? Tower is going to equal to null. And there we go. Now every single new tile, actually every single tile on the board, when it's first instantiated, is going to be not occupied. It's going to have its own position, and it's also going to have no tower on it. Okay, great. So we've got this out of the way. We should have some kind of select function right here. Alright, so what I'll do is actually public, I'll call this actually a private one. So private void select grid tile, like so. And we will be doing we'll be doing int x, int y. And what else could we be doing now? We could be saying this is going to return a tile. So return private tile, select grid tile. This returns the tile at the index grid x, y, like so. Okay. Good. Let's have a look at this in the game so I can just focus a little bit and, know what we should be doing next. So now we have data behind this, and all of these tiles have a state. What I'd like to do right now is actually be able to put some stuff on top of this. So how exactly shall we go about doing just that? We should be knowing if we actually press on something. So if we press on this button right here, there should be somewhere in our game grid that is just like, okay, so we're selecting a tower right now. So I'll just go ahead and go up here. Do we have a tower prefab anywhere? We don't have a tower game object prefab. This is what we're going to be creating. So public game object, let's do an array. This is the tower prefab, like so. And we're also, just beneath that, we'll do a private int selected tower index, which is going to be equal to -1 for now. Or let's just leave it empty, and we're going to keep track of if we're selecting something with a bool. So selected, or is selecting tower. Okay, so we've got quite a lot of things now. Um, let's go ahead and fill our tower prefab array. I know I'm doing things in in a weird order, but that's just because I'm trying to find out as I do it. So I've just created a new folder called prefab, and this is where I'm going to put some towers. So a new folder instead of that actual prefab folder, I'll call tower. Now we have different kind of towers. We should have 5 different kind of towers, and every single one of these are going to need a different material at least, because we're doing like cube versus sphere. So I'm just thinking we are going to need the artwork folder. Inside of the artwork folder, I'm going to put a tower inside of that, and I'll just start creating some material. So this is the tower 1. Now, can I duplicate this? I don't think I can. Tower number 2. Again, another one, so tower 3. And we just go on like that. And let me just turn off my phone so it stops doing these noise. Sorry about this. Material, tower 4. Oh, and whoops. Tower 5. Okay, so we've got our 5 tower materials. Now we need to match them to actual objects. So we're gonna go ahead, and I'm gonna be doing this in the actual preloader. I like doing stuff in the preloader because I know it's going to disappear. So say you have some kind of gym in the game and you just want to like look at your object while you're working on them, your prefab. You can be putting all of that in the preloader, and when you're done with the game and you're ready to publish, just delete them. It doesn't really matter. So here we go. This is the data helper. Next to it, I will create an object, a 3D object, a cube. This is one of my tower. This is actually the first one. So here it is. I'll go ahead and name it Tower 1. Tower 1 is going to have a collider. I don't think it needs one, so let's just remove that. And we're going to be putting the Tower 1 material on top of it. Now this is going to be some kind of tower that generates money, doesn't really attack, so I'll just give it like a friendly color of blue cyan. Something like that. And if you wish, you can just go ahead and play with these. I don't plan on playing with these anywhere soon. I'll just make it a unlit texture for now. Or I mean unlit color, that would be even better. Or never mind, let's actually leave it on standard. Okay, so that's my first tower right there. All the positions are fine, everything looks good. I will go ahead and just create a new C# script. I created it in the wrong folder, but let's just call this Tower 1. And I think we need some actual real names for those, but we'll be changing those later on. So I've got Tower 1 here, I'll just put it in the script folder. I'll actually create a new folder for these as well, since we're like being all organized now. Tower, base tower in here, and Tower 1. Okay, so here's my object. It has the Tower 1 material on it. It has the Tower 1 script on it, really important. Let's double click on Tower 1 really quickly. We're gonna wipe everything in here and just make sure it inherits from a base tower. We don't need to do anything else for now, at least. So once we've got this, we can go ahead and just drag and drop this prefab inside of the tower prefab. So here we go, we have a Tower 1 right there. Let's do Tower 2 right away. So all we're gonna do is use the same exact prefab, rename it, type in Tower 2, don't hit apply. The only thing you need to do is not hit apply because you're gonna be overwriting your Tower 1. Now I'm going to remove the Tower 1 script, put on the Tower 2 material, then create a Tower 2 script as well. The same thing, this one needs to be changed so it inherits from base tower. If we go here, wipe all of that, base tower, and here we go. Great. We can now go ahead and proceed to changing the color of this. This is going to be the one that shoots. So let's go ahead and just put it yellow, dangerous yellow. Drag and drop this inside of the tower, and here we go. So we have 2 different kind of towers. We just need to repeat that until we have our 5 kinds of towers. So I'll just do that really quickly, as quick as I can. Change the color. I don't know what this is going to be, but it's going to be red. Why not? Good times. Tower 3. Base tower. And is that good? So tower 3 has the tower 3 script on it. We can go ahead and just drag and drop this. We move on to the fourth one. This one is going to be purple, like mysterious purple. Yeah, that's good. Need the fourth script, so tower 4. And what exactly is on this one, we don't know yet. Base tower. So all the logic is going to be code in every single one of those towers, but they're all going to share a similar thing, which I don't know what it is going to be just yet, but we'll find out when time comes. So tower 4, make sure I drag and drop this in the right folder. Here we go. This is now tower 5. And tower 5 is going to be the deadliest color of them all, so mighty pink. Or do we already have a pink? I think we already have a pink, so this is going to be like blue. Alright, drag and drop this, and also make sure that this is also a base tower. I'm having a bit of a lag right here. There we go. Okay, so let's have a recap of what we have right now. We have a lot of different towers. We have 5 different towers, and they all have a different material on it. But each and every single one of those, they share something in common. They all inherit from the script called base tower. So when we're actually holding an array, or we're actually using an object, we can use every single one of these objects as an actual base tower. We don't need to know which kind of tower you are. We just gotta say, okay, so you are a tower. And using that logic that we get from inheritance, then we can go ahead and just use that to spawn any kind of towers in our grid. So let's just make sure, where exactly was I? I think I was in the game scene. So let's have a look. Scene, game. And if we head over to the game manager, this one doesn't care. Oh, over here, on the game grid, we have a tower prefab array. We should be writing 5 in the size and drag and dropping every single one of our tower right in there. And here we go. So now we hold information on every single one of those. So that's good. What else do we need to do now? We can go ahead and create a function on the game grid. Actually, we are going to create a function called public void. This one has to be public. We're going to be calling it from a button. Select tower, like so, and it's going to take in the index of the tower. So int index, like so. Now whenever we select the tower, we're going to say is selecting tower is now equal to true. And also selected tower index is equal to index. There is some safety check we should do prior to that. So do we have enough money and such? That we'll do a little bit later on once we know what is going on with this. And okay, so select tower is going to be called by these button down here. So if we press on this one, it's going to say, okay, select tower 0, select tower 1, 2, 3, and 4. So every single one of those tower container button I'm on right now, we are going to click on the plus sign, find the game grid, drag it in here, then do game grid, select tower at the index 0 in this case. That's fine. Go over to tower number 2, click on the plus sign, drag and drop game grid at the index number 1 in this case, and so on until we have every single one of those. And here we go. At index 3, so we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, and finally index number 4. Okay, so select tower index 4, like so. Okay, good. And of course we can't click on this one if it's not interactable, so the level is going to decide if we're actually able to click on this or not. Now, as for the price of those towers, where exactly should we be storing the price of those towers? I think we can actually be putting them inside the tower script itself, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not. So we're not going to leave them there for now. All right. It's tea break. See, we're actually selecting the tower right now, and if we click if we click on the thing again, okay, so what I'm going to do right now is, just so I can actually proceed and progress in this, is I'm going to make a raycast function that checks where is my cursor right now and which tile are we selecting. To do that, I will head over in the game, create a plane, so 3D object, a plane. I'll just move it at the very center of my map, and here it is. Now I need to make sure that this plane actually assumes the whole position of my grid. Now, if you remember, this is a 10 by 5, so what I'll do, knowing that this plane is a 10 by 10, is I'll actually move it this way. And now, this is 10 by 10, but our grid is actually 10 by 5, so what I will be doing is go on the z-axis over here and typing in 0.5. Now I get the same exact size that my grid has. And I just need to move it around there, and as you can tell, it snaps to around 2.5. So this should actually assume the same exact size as my thing, as my grid. And what I'll be doing now is actually removing the mesh collider and putting a box collider on top of it. I will turn off the mesh render. It's really important not to delete it, just turn it off. And now this is what we get. We get a collision plane. And what this is going to allow us is, whenever we take like our mouse or our touches, in case we're on the device, and we actually throw them in the direction of the mouse, then we might actually hit the grid. And this is what we need to do, pretty much. So here we go. We now have something that intercepts our raycasts, and we can actually be putting it on another layer to make sure we don't really mess anything up. So that's what we'll be doing. You see up here, or you know what? We're going to be transferring this game grid over to the plane. And I don't know how I just did that, but apparently you can simply drag and drop a component like so. So I'm on my game grid right now, and I'll just simply drag this over to my new plane. I'll be deleting this one, and I'll be renaming this to game grid. Okay, so here it is. Now whenever I press on a touch, so instead of my update game grid, I'll do if input.get mouse button down, and now I need any kind of button, so let's just go with the first one, 0. Whenever I do that, we are going to launch a raycast. So if I'm going to declare a raycast hit first. So if physics.raycast, we're going to raycast a ray starting from the camera.main.screen point to ray using the input.mouse position. I know I'm going quite fast, but this is covered in a lot of tutorials, so I hope you guys understand what I'm doing right here. I'm starting my raycast from the actual camera, and it's going in the direction where my cursor is right now. So I'm literally just shooting a ray where my cursor is. And now it takes in more parameter, and this one I think is the out it, and then finally a max distance. Let's shoot a ray for like 30 meter max, and then it takes in a layer. So let's do layer mask.get mask. Then this takes in a string. So what is the string we could be giving it? Let's give it game grid written like that. It's really important that we don't make any mistakes in this. So game grid, 2 capital letters. Then I'm going to open up the brackets because this is also an if statement. Okay, let's start with a debug.log. So if we actually hit something, I'm going to say debug.log. You're going to debug.log the actual point you're on right now. This is a vector 3 if I recall. So we don't seem to have any error. Now this is not going to work because we need our game grid. We need this thing to have the layer game grid. So add layer game grid. And be careful because you add it right there, but it's not actually set on the object. So you got to go back on your game grid, go under layer, and actually choose it. Okay, preloader, press play. We go inside of the game. Now if I click here, nothing happens. If I click here, I actually get a debug.log of where exactly in the world my raycast has hit. Now just take a quick look at this. Hopefully you can see it well. Say I click in the very first tile down here. I get values that are in between 0 and 1 for the X and in between 0 and 1 for the Z. Now if I move over to the one on the right here, I get values that are in between 1 and 2 for the X. And it's always like that when I move one tile ahead. So I can actually use this point that I get here and actually remove everything that is after the comma. So pretty much just remove the decimal. If I remove the decimal, I actually know which tile I'm clicking on. So since we know that this is a 10 by 5, when I click over here, I should get index 9 in X and index 4 in Z. So let's go ahead and try it. So you remove the decimal, you get 9, and if you remove the decimal here, you get 4. And that is exactly what we'll be using to know which tile we're clicking on. So we're going to turn these two into ints. Now, what exactly should we be doing from now on? We have that information. We have the int x is equal to hit.point.x. Cast this as an int. This is actually working just fine, right? We just confirm that. And also make sure this is z and not y, because in Unity the y-axis is the one that goes up and down, and we actually want forward and back in our case. So right now we're clicking on a tile. We know exactly what tile we're clicking on, and I'm just wondering, okay, so we have, if we don't have a selected tower, so let's do that. Or actually, if we do have one, so if we have a selected tower, if is selecting tower, then that means we were already selecting a tower. Right now we're trying to place it on the board, and we can simply say we're gonna get the tile first. So tile select grid tile. I mean tile t is equal to select grid tile. Selected that x y. If t dot occupied, so if the place we're actually trying to place our tower is let's do not occupied first, then we can go ahead and just spawn our tower at where we should be spawning it. So we're gonna have another function for that, private void spawn tower. You know what, we don't actually need a function for that because it's going to be so small. We're just gonna be doing it right here. We'll just leave a comment. So spawn tower, right? Okay, so that's if it is not occupied. Now let's say that it is actually occupied. What exactly should we be doing in this case? If it is occupied and you're actually trying to click somewhere that there is a tower and you have a tower selected, let's just go ahead and break the selection and not do anything. So is selecting tower is equal to false. We're gonna do that, and this should actually selected tower index is now equal to -1. To make sure we don't actually, have anything selected somewhere in memory. Okay. What else? Now let's actually try spawning that tower, shall we? We shall start doing that right now. So let's go. Instantiate. We're gonna instantiate the object that is the tower prefab at the index tower, selected tower index. So we instantiate this as a game object. Let's also keep track of it in a game object up here. So game object, I can't write, game object go is equal to instantiate the tower. Now we have a handle to that very tower, but it's like placed at some random areas in the map, and that kind of sucks. So we're gonna be saying go.transform the position is equal to, let's do vector3.right times x, like so, plus vector3.forward times y. Let's just try this out for now. I think we're gonna need an offset. We're probably gonna need an offset, but that's something to see in a little bit. Okay, so we spawned a tower, we put it at the right place. Now we gotta make sure that the tile knows what is going on. So t.occupied is now equal to true. We cannot place a tower right here anymore because we just placed one and it's now occupied. And then we're gonna do t.tower is equal to this game object dot get component. We're gonna get the we're gonna get the base tower component on top of that very object. And I think that's going to be pretty much it. We also got to be like removing the gold, so remove gold. But we don't really know how much it's going to cost just yet, so I'm thinking about how we're going to be implementing that. We'll see. We also got to be saying is selecting tower is no longer true, because we just spawned one and we go back to our normal state. And let's just do -1 here. Okay, a lot of code. Let's actually test this out. So I'm gonna go over here. Hopefully there's no error. There is an error. What does it say? Pointer and size may only be used in a unsafe context. That is really bad. What? Oh, sorry. It's not that bad. I just made a little typo here. Okay. No error. Fine. Preloader. We start from here. We go over to, let's go for the second level. Now, if I press everywhere, that just, nothing should happen. Well, something should happen. We actually get these two things. Just putting values in the x and the y, and then after the if statement, they actually go away because they're scoped. They're scoped field. Now, if we're actually selecting a tower, when we do that, we can go ahead and just try to spawn it. So I'm gonna click here, and then click there. Nothing really happened, so let's see why. When I'm clicking on these buttons, something should be happening. Let me just go check. And why is my resolution changing right now? That kind of sucks. I'll find out later on. And oh, they're on constant pixel size. Oh, that's a big mistake on my part. Let's go ahead and change that for scale with screen size really quickly. And just redo our UI super fast in terms of the sizing. Sorry about that. That's a 250 in this case. The pause is going to be 100 by 100. Pause button 75 by 75. The towers, I want them to be quite big actually, so maybe 100 each. The width 600. Yeah, I'll just put that on 600 and change the spacing in between of them like that. Okay, tower panel goes up a little more, so maybe 110. The height of this is now 100. And so on. It doesn't look as good as it used to. That kind of sucks, but we can also work on that later on when we're ready to do more artistic stuff. So here we go, we got our UI back. Now what I wanted to do is actually check what is going on when you press on that. And apparently they are now gone. Why exactly are they gone? Okay, for some reason the buttons, they don't work anymore, so I'm just going to have to put them back there. Maybe I was editing them while the game was running. That might be the case, I'm not sure. But hey, choose the first one, go under game grid. Game grid, this is the select tower at the index 0. Second one, game grid. Game grid, select tower 1. The value is still there, that's the messy part. Alright, select tower, game grid, select tower again, and finally one more time, just for good luck. Good, here we go. Now let's go ahead and try this from the preloader, and we should actually select the tower now. There we go. So we're actually spawning towers, and we obviously need like some kind of offset, but that's fine. Let's try to actually spawn two at the same exact place, and as you can tell, it doesn't work. You can't actually spawn two at the exact same place, and the reason I know this is because I'm looking up here in the hierarchy, and as you can tell, nothing actually goes up when I click, say, right here. Plus, I think I still have my tower selected. I'm not sure. Let me try. I don't, and that's exactly what we wanted to have in our code. Okay, so let's give it a small offset. We know that every single tile is 0.5, I mean 1 by 1, so we can give it a offset of 0.5. So we're gonna do X over here. Can we do that here? I don't think we can. Okay, we can just go right about there and do plus vector3.right times 0.5 plus vector3.forward times 0.5. Now this way we actually put these values on top of what we had prior to this, and we can try this out. Okay, so we actually get something going on here, and this is good. Actually good looking as well. Well, not really, but at least we have some graphics. I like seeing graphics. And let's actually check, is our raycast blocked? They are not blocked by the cubes because there is no colliders on the cube. And I could sit here all day and make like those little drawings. And since we have color, it might actually look good. So let me just put a... Let me just play with this a little bit while I'm thinking about the next step. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to buy time. Exactly, that's what I'm trying to do. Alright, here we go. Best drawing in the world. It's a little heart shape. It's very cute. Believe me. Alright guys, well that could be your game right there. But it's not, because we need to make an actual plant versus zombie. Okay, so let's start with the cost, right? So we have this thing here, we have this grid and those towers we can spawn, but we never actually charge the player for any of those. We never actually, you know, it's not costing anything to put tower, and I can put as much tower as I'd like, basically. So we're going to be changing this. We are going to create some kind of value to every single one of those. And now I was wondering a little bit earlier if I should be storing this inside of the actual base tower script, or I should be storing it right inside of the UI. Now this might sound stupid, but if I need to change it like fairly often just for balancing purpose, I could just be putting this in the UI. And that's what I'm going to do. And yeah, okay. Right, okay, so let's actually do this. I'm going to be putting it right in the UI, so we go over here on the canvas, tower panel, tower, about here, and we are going to say, we're going to create some more in here. So we have this button is good, but we need more on top of it. So we need an actual text that is going to display how much it's going to cost. So I'll anchor this at the very bottom, make sure it stretches on the horizontal axis, like so, and make sure that it's like that. So paragraph down here, sure, that works. This one is going to cost maybe 50, so 50 gold for this one. Font size, increase that so we can actually see it clearly. Maybe even bump up the height a little bit, so 35, and we can have a font size of about 30. Change the color for a bright nothing right now because we don't know which color we want. We don't know what kind of like icon is going to go down there, so I'm just going to leave it black for now. Maybe give it a small offset of 5, and here we go. So price, and I store it right in here. As stupid as it might sound, I will just put it there. Okay, so this guy, same thing. This guy is going to need a price. I will copy this one over, copy it under tower 2, and I'll just move the position to what we had on the other one. So 0, 0. Wait, what was it? Oh, yeah, it should be scaling like so. And we had a small offset of 5. 5 and the height was 35. I can't write at all today. This one is going to be a, should we say 100? Let's get it for 100. That's good. Same thing, and I'm a little bit tired. Why does it not copy over this value? It should be. Fine, this is fine. Put it here. 0, 0, 0. Oh wait, stretch. 0, 5, 0, 35, and we can then put it on the final tower, stretch on the horizontal axis, 0, 5, 0, 0, 35. These values are bugged, but I'm going to fix them right now. 5, okay. So finally, we got these. And the third one is going to be, say, 150. Second one is going to be, fourth one is going to be 150 as well. And the final one is going to be a badass tower, so maybe like 300. Why not? Balancing will come later on. We are still busy making this work. That's the first step. Okay, so we're gonna have to pull the actual text of these when we try to first select it, because we don't want to be able to select the tower if we have enough money. So this little comment over here is actually going to make sense here. Do we have the tower container in this one? We don't have the tower container, and how exactly are we going to reach it? I don't necessarily want to have another tower container. So you know what, I'll actually go under the game manager and get this value, I think. Yeah, in the game manager, I'll do a public static game manager instance, and I'm not creating a static instance only for that. I did plan to have a static instance on this manager thing. Well, anything that has the word manager after it, I always plan to like make it in some sort of way accessible from everywhere. So instance is going to equal to this. That is the most important part. And yeah. So whenever I try to get the price, I will go ahead and just do game grid, or game manager dot instance dot tower container get child. I don't have that. So tower container dot transform dot get child, getting the child at index dot get component, and this is getting a little bit out of hand, but get component, we are getting the component text. Let's have a look to actually see if this makes sense or not. So we have this, we go under this object, we get the component of this object called, well, of type text, and it's not going to work because this does not have text. The text is beneath this object. It's actually another children. So instead of saying this, we'll say get component in children text dot nothing really. We just we actually have to parse this. So int cost is going to equal all of this, but we got to be parsing it. So int dot parse, and then we parse all of that dot text. Does this work? I think it will once we add the proper using statement at the very top. So using Unity engine.ui, so we can now access the text. And let's just make sure. Yep. Okay, so this is literally just going to read from the actual UI piece. And I know this is really messy and really unsafe, but I'm making this by myself. I'm not working with teams, so I'm allowed to do these kind of things. These kind of things are allowed to happen. Okay, so now we've got the task. Just make sure that it works by doing a small debug.log, and I'll debug the actual cost. Let's see, starting from the preloader. Now we're here. 50, 100, 150. If I was to click on this, if it was possible for me to click on this, it'd say 150 as well. And here we go, we've got the cost. So if cost is smaller or equal to the gold amount, and the gold amount I think is on the game manager, so game manager again, that instance, that gold, is it private for real? Okay, it is on private. So let's go back here, and I'm wondering, should we actually be doing that here? I think the select tower should actually be on the other side. Over on the game manager, I mean. Because now we have a lot of spaghetti code, and that's not really cool. I don't really like that. Oh well, who cares, right? So we're gonna go back on the game manager. We have the gold. The gold is now public. And let's just go ahead and make this a property as well. So with a capital J, or J, I mean G. We change it here as well, and we can now access it from the game grid. So instance gold. If the cost is smaller than that, then we can go ahead and just select this tower, else we are not going to do anything because we're not allowed to actually do it. We're not allowed to actually select this. So if we had sound in the game, which we might a little bit later on depending on how long this takes, we can go ahead and just say debug.plug. Not enough gold for now, but say we had sound, we could play a sound effect. Not enough gold. It's time to try this out. Gold does not exist in the current context, so I haven't changed this value. Where is it at? Over here, gold.toString. Oh, and before we can actually test this out, we actually need to remove that gold, so let's go ahead and do that as well. We are going to copy over this line, the one to get the cost, and we're going to be pasting it here. Big line of code, big line of text. We get child at the selected tower index. And we can now say game manager.instance.gold minus equal cost. And then game manager.instance update gold text, like so. Good. Now we can go ahead and just try this once more. First level. I click on this, nothing happens, so we don't get like, well, something happens, but we don't lose gold. But I have this tower selected, and if I place it here, as you can tell, the gold actually went down, so I'm at 100 right now. If I try to click on the 150, it says you don't have enough gold, and I'm not able to actually place this tower. Now let's go ahead and place this one. I don't have gold anymore, and I'm pretty much just in the streets. And here we go, so we started losing money for placing towers. On the level 1 we go back, everything is back up to what we usually had. Okay, now what could we be doing in the next one? We could be putting some more UI information, actually. I think I wanted to put some more UI information in there. Having some kind of sell button would be really great as well, and since we just changed our UI and we have some space next to gold, I think I'm going to be putting like some kind of sell button there. And we can actually sell this for half the cost of the tower. So we will be doing that right here. We have the game grid, that's fine. Select tower, let's go ahead and do, beneath that, we're going to be doing public void. Delete tower. Now, can we do int index? Actually, you know what? Select delete button. Select delete. There has to be a better name for that. is deleting. Okay, no. Alright, let's just call it select delete. So this is whenever you press on the select delete. This is when you press on the delete button, and you're going to be entering this still delete state, the same exact state you get when you're trying to select an actual tower. So private bool is deleting tower is equal to through in here. Okay. So select delete is just going to turn this on. Now in the update, if you click on something and you land on the grid, if you are trying to delete a tower, so if is deleting tower, okay, say that you're trying to delete the tower, you're gonna get the tile you're on right now. So tile T is equal to selected grid tile, and you're gonna check, okay, so if T that is occupied, so if T occupied, you're gonna go ahead and just delete that tower. If it is not occupied, you're gonna leave the select, you're gonna leave the delete phase or delete state. So is deleting tower is now equal to false. And in case you're actually deleting something, is deleting tower is also equal to false. So in both cases you're actually deleting, we don't need to put it here, we can put it at the very end there. Okay. And now this is the complicated part, so I gotta be checking which tower are we trying to delete right now, and should we get some gold back for doing so. Getting the tower is fairly easy. All we have to do is say t.tower. So we know which one we're deleting, we can simply call the destroy on it, and that's what we'll be doing. So destroy t.gameObject. Does this work? tower.gameObject. So we're going to be deleting the actual game object. We're going to be saying t.occupied is equal to false. And that's it. That's it really. So we actually delete the tower. Now I'm trying to think, how are we supposed to give some gold back to that player? And how much gold should we actually give back? Because we don't really know which tower index it is, we don't know what kind of thing we're pressing on. I mean, I think we could actually, and what I think I was doing is, like, I'd like to have the first tower like drop about nothing, like maybe drop a fifth of its actual cost, and maybe the last tower would drop half of it, because the first tower is like, okay, it's going to cost 50, if you delete it you get 10 back. The last one is going to cost, what I think we wrote, 300. If you delete it, I'd like to get like at least 150 back, so that's 50% of the cost versus the first tower, which was only a fifth of the cost. So what I feel like doing is actually putting that inside the base tower script. So that's what I'll do. Go over to the base tower. Base tower is going to have a public int gold on delete, and it's going to have a small j, because this is not going to be property. I want to be able to set this in the inspector. Okay, now every single tower is going to have a different gold on delete. So this one is going to be 10, this one is going to be 20, this one is going to be 50, 50, and 150 for the last one. We could also be putting the cost in there, but that's what I decided not to do earlier. So I'm not going to do it right now. And so we destroy this. Before we destroy it, let's actually give some gold back to the player. So we're going to say GameManager.instance.gold is plus equal to t.tower gold on delete. Then we do a GameManager.instance.update gold text, like so. We don't need the else statement anymore. and I think that's good. All we're missing now is an actual delete button. Let's head over to the game, and I'll actually just put it inside of the tower container, I think. Yep, so I'll just leave it here. Oh, never mind, it's not gonna work. So over here, create a new UI button. I'll just slip it in between the tower container and the gold container, and I'll call this delete. Move it over this side, anchor it on the right. Position X is going to be equal to about this, so minus 110. The width is going to be about 75, or maybe 80 in this case. And the height, let's make it 100. Now this has to look like a delete button, so I'll just delete the text, make it look red, I guess. The best I can do for now. And we are going to link that button. We're going to create a function down here, a onClick event. Put the game grid in there, and let's do select delete. Here we go. Alright, a lot of code, a lot of untested code. We're going to do that right now. We press on play, go on the last level. I'm going to spawn this tower. Now, if I'd like to delete it, I click here. I should be able to click back, and I get 50 back. Now, if I spawn this one, and I try to delete it, I should go up to 60, because this one is only worth 10 gold when I delete it. And I get 60. Now let's try to spawn it at the same exact place, and it works. So we pretty much got all of this working, and yeah, I'm quite happy with this result actually. Good, so we got the whole spawning and despawning of the tower working. We're spawning different towers. I think it's actually time to roll in some enemies in here and actually start looking at shooting them. So should we take a small break again? It has been an hour. Gonna take a small break, just maybe another 3 minutes, so I can actually think about this, and I will be right back again. So guys, I'll see you soon. Alright, so I have returned with a small idea of what exactly we're going to be doing. So the first step is we are going to go in artwork, create a new folder. This is for the enemies. And we're going to make an enemy material. So enemy 1. And I'm simply going to leave that 1 right now because we don't need any more than 1 enemy, just for testing purpose, making sure everything goes well. So we've got our enemy 1. Under prefab, same thing, create a folder, enemy. And we can now go inside of our preloader, start creating our enemy a little bit. So it is going to be a sphere, game object, 3D object, sphere, here it is. And we can now apply the enemy 1 to it. Enemy is going to have a, say, a really light red color, sure, why not? Something like that. And it also, you also got to be removing the sphere collider. We don't need this. We need a script though. We need a script that is going to control the whole logic of that. So under a script, we are going to create a new folder called enemy. And enemy is going to also have a base enemy script to it that everybody's going to inherit from. So base enemy, let's have a look. Empty it, clean it up, then hit save. Right click on it once more, create, and this is going to be enemy 1. Okay, so the exact same way as before, we drag and drop enemy 1, and we also make sure that it inherits from base enemy, so base enemy, and now we can treat this enemy as a base enemy. That's going to be the case for every single one of those if we have more. Alright, let's drag this guy. Let's rename it first, but let's drag this guy inside our prefab folder. Right about there. Okay, so what I'd like to do with this guy is actually be able to spawn it the same way we spawn towers. So under our game grid, we need a list of prefabs, so a list of enemy prefab. Just below the public game object array of tower prefab, we're going to have a public array of game object again. But this one is going to be the, of course, enemy prefabs. Okay. So that's cool, that's fine. We're also going to create a function to spawn those. Public void spawn enemy int prefab index and int lane. You'll see what the lane is in a moment. Well, you know, the lane is like which Y tile are you spawning on, because in the Plant vs Zombie, the way this works is the enemy, they all start at the very right side of the screen, then they all have a different lane. In our case, we have 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if I go ahead and say, just spawn me the enemy, the first enemy at the lane number 2, that is index number 2, the enemy would actually be spawning here, and it would go like this, so it would go forward, only staying on this very specific line. And that is what the lane, the actual line is. Okay. So now, how exactly are we going to keep track of that? We can simply, well, first, we can actually just create a tower first. Let's do, the enemy. Instantiate enemy prefab at the index, prefab index. We instantiate it as a game object. We can also store that inside of a game object. So game object go is equal to instantiate enemy prefab. Now once we have this guy, we can move it. So go.transform.position is equal to new vector3. On the right, let's say we're going to spawn everything at maybe 11. That is to, of course, change, maybe, we don't know yet. 0.5 in height. And as for the z, and this is where it changes, so we're going to be saying lane, we're going to be saying vector3 dot up actually, so we're going to be saying 1 times lane plus 0.5. Now that might look complicated, but this actually makes a lot of sense. So we're spawning at 11 in x, which is, oh, I don't know why I closed it, I should have left it open. We're spawning approximately at 11, so that's here. Well, actually that's here first. And then we bump it up by 0.5 because our pivot point is in the middle of the ball. So if we bump it up by 0.5, the bottom of the ball is actually going to touch the grid. So it's going to be right here actually. There. And then we choose which lane we decide to be in. So if it's on the first lane, that is index 0, so 1 times 0, we stay here, but then we crank it up by 0.5 so we get a nice offset. If we're in the lane, this lane, the third lane, that would be index number 2, so 2 times 1, you start here, you're at 0, 1, 2, and then you do plus 0.5, you're in the middle. So this actually works in terms of logic. And what else do we need to do once we spawn an enemy? Oh, let's actually add it to some kind of list. So I'll just go up here and say using system.collection.generic, and we are going to create a public or private. Let's make it public because we're by ourselves coding. So public list of game object. Actually, what public list of enemy, base enemy. That we're going to call active enemies, like so. Active enemies is going to equal a new list of base enemy right here. Okay, so at first it's going to be empty. Once we spawn an enemy, we're going to say active enemy.add go.get component base enemy, like so, and we can now close this off. Okay. And once they die, we should actually be knowing once they die. We'll find out later on. Actually, what? Let's find it out right now. Public void delete enemy base enemy e. So whenever they die, they're going to be calling, like, the enemy, whatever the enemy dies, he's going to be the one that calls this function because we're in the game grid and we've got an instance. We don't. Okay, we'll have one in a moment. So all we have to do is say active enemy dot delete or remove e, like so. Then we can say destroy e.gameObject, and we can get rid of the whole thing. And if we feel like super happy and nice, we can create particle effect, play sound effect, maybe give gold, but I doubt that. Really depends on what you want to be doing with that. And yeah, so now we just need to actually call these. And I don't want to do the whole wave mechanic just yet, so here's what I'll do. I'll go in the update, and I'll make myself a debug key. So if input.get key down, if I'm pressing on the key, maybe like T, something like that. If I press on T, I'm going to spawn the first enemy in the third lane. As simple as that. I'm not asking any question, I'm not following any rules. I just have my key that when I press on it, it is going to spawn an enemy, then the enemy should be doing his own thing. Okay, and of course this is going to be deleted by the end of this video. And stream, I mean. Cool, so we've got this, we're spawning an enemy, and then let's actually test this out. So starting from the preloader, we're in this map, press T. It says no reference, and where exactly is the problem? I think it's in the game. If we go under game grid, here is our enemy prefab, so it's pretty much empty. I'm going to put it of size 1 and drag and drop the enemy one in there. Okay, we can go back, try this once more. Now I'm going to press T, and as you can see, it is now spawned. And if I choose my game grid and I look at which are the active enemy, there's 2 of those right now. If I keep pressing on T, it's just going to keep spawning them like so. And they're all pretty much a stack right there. Okay, so what is the biggest step we can take right now? We could start making them move, but there is a few constraints to those. There's a few things that can actually happen when you're actually moving these enemy. Is first, they can't go past tiles. So just assume that there is a tile over here. This object should not be able to go like past this. It should actually be attacking this object. You can't simply just roll your way to victory. It gotta be like stopping here and start smacking this tower. And this is where it gets a little bit complicated, so we're gonna have to pull on the grid depending on the position of the tile here. I mean the position of the enemy, and we're gonna be asking what is on my left right now. If there is something on my left, just stop where you are and start hitting it. So how exactly should we go about doing this? Now if we go under base enemy, we should be keeping track of where I'm at right now. So public vector2 position is equal to, we don't know, it's going to be setGet private void update, and we're going to be moving every single frame. Now I don't know how exactly we're going to be doing that, but we'll find out in a moment. So let's go ahead and just do, in our game grid, when we spawn an enemy, we're actually going to store the base enemy somewhere. So base enemy e is equal to go.getComponent base enemy. Then we can change this for that. E.position is equal to this thing. It should be equal to that in terms of the grid. So E.position is equal to 11 new vector 3. We start at 11, and then as far as the lane goes, you are on lane like that. And I think we're going to be putting this in the private const value so we don't mess up a little bit later on. So private const int enemy start x is equal to 11, like so. Okay. Okay, so now we gotta be finding out, we gotta be pulling every single frame that we're enemy. We're gonna be pulling where exactly am I? Did I change tile? Am I changing tile right now, or did I change my tile? So, how exactly should we go about doing this? We should check if position, so if position dot x yeah, that's not going to work. I gotta find a way to actually make this work. Okay, so we do start on the 11th tile. Let's have a look. Oh. We start on the 11th tile, which means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11 over here, and that is correct. Now, when we move past, we should actually move past this point here, so when we're past 10.5, we should actually be checking and saying that we actually move tile. This is really complicated for nothing. It shouldn't be that complicated. Alright, let's just start writing code. If position dot x minus transform dot position dot x is bigger than 0.5, that means let's do a check tile. Let's do a private void update grid boss. Update my position on the actual grid. Now position, oh, forgot the I. Probably forgot it in the game grid as well. Here it is. We're gonna update the grid position. Okay. And by doing that, we do position.x is equal to int transform.position.x. Okay. Hopefully this works. And I'll just do a debug.log really quickly. Debug.log my position.x, and we are going to start moving as well, so say transform.position plus equal vector3.right minus times time.delta time. Alright, let's try this out. We cannot specify this, so we're just going to say, is this enemy conscious of his own lane? I don't think he is, so we're just going to say new vector through, new vector 2, like that, new vector 2, x transform dot position dot y, z actually, that we cast as an int. Position is now equal to that. Okay. So we press play on this, and every single time I spawn an enemy, every single 0.5, it should actually do what I'm asking it to do, and I think it's working fine right now. Okay, so let's try this once more. It is now considered to be on the tile number 10, and that's tile number 10 that works. As soon as it gets in the middle, it is now starting its move over to tile number 9, which is what I want. So if I have to stop him because there's something here, I can do it in between these two lines. That is exactly what I was hoping for, and it did work, so I'm quite happy about it. We'll have a private boolean called isBlocked, which is equal to false by default, and that's fine. And every time this happens, we are going to say update grid boss if Um, if the new position, so we're gonna keep track of that. Let's do vector 2, grid pos in front of us, or grid pos. If game grid dot instance, we don't have an instance to that yet, so we'll just go make one. Private, actually public static game grid instance set get. We go over in the start, we say instance is equal to this. Now over to our base enemy, game grid instance dot grid at the index grid pos dot x, grid pos dot y. And this is going to actually get us the tile, so is occupied. If this is occupied, that means we are blocked, so is blocked is equal to true. If it is not occupied, we can go ahead and just proceed to our movement that we wanted to do in the first place. So position is equal to grid pos, like so. And we'll do up here, if is not blocked, so not blocked, we can go ahead and move. Okay, this sounds really complicated, and it probably is. And also let's make sure we cast this, because this is an array. And we can't access arrays using floats. Okay. Fair enough, we hit play on this. Let's launch an enemy in the second lane, like multiple. Okay, we already have a problem if we launch multiple. One. And that did not work. Okay, let's see why. So it says index is out of range, so we probably gotta be saying that -1, I believe. So let's do that. And hit play. Go here, press on T. And here it goes, it's moving slowly. Now I'm going to put something here and it should stop right there. And according to my logic, it did not really care. Fine, so how exactly should I go about fixing this? Let's make sure that it is actually looking at that. So debug.log, we are going to look at the grid pos. Like so. Press play. And I'm going to hit T. And here it is. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 2. And it didn't look at this guy. For some reason it just did not want to look at it at all and assume that it is occupied. So if we just try to debug.log what's on here, I wonder if it's going to work. Let's just forget about this for now. Oh, it should only be saying tile. Let me just do something more. Occupied. So it's not thinking, it's occupied. I'm going to make this block around it. Did we get any through in that? We did get it through for some reason. Okay. So it is actually looking for something, and it found one block that was actually blocking. And here it is. So when it was sitting on this tile over there, it assumed that it was blocked in front of him, but it really wasn't. It's only because we have an error on the grid. So instead of saying -1 for the Y, we're just going to leave it like that. We only got to be doing -1 on this guy. Okay, I think that was pretty much it actually. That's the only error we really have at the moment in our messed up logic. But that's fine. We're going to keep going until we actually have something to show. Alright, please stop. And it didn't, so that kind of sucks. Let's try again. Let's find out what the problem is. Okay, so it's stopping here. Let's find out why. Oh, I didn't remove that for some reason. My bad. I'm just getting a little bit tired, I guess. So we had the same problem as a little bit earlier. We gotta be removing that -1. Okay, so final test. This should actually work fine. And it does. Okay. So once we enter that state, once we're actually blocked, we are going to be looking like all the time. Is this destroyed in front of us? Is this tile occupied? And as soon as it is not occupied anymore, we can go back to actually going forward. So update grid boss, that is fine, that works. Now if it is not block, we move. If it is block, we are going to actually do some checks. So let's do a else statement here. If we are not blocked, we are going to actually create a private vector2 desired position. Vector2, not vector3. Desired position is going to equal grid pos down here. So we don't need this anymore. I'm gonna get rid of it. Okay. Now take the exact same line you got over here, this if statement, and we are going to say is blocked is equal to GameGrid.instance.grid.occupied. So it's simply going to take whatever value is inside of this occupied thing. If we give it another try really quickly, go in the game, start spawn an enemy, it should be blocked, right? So that's fine, we know everything works. We take the spade, we remove this guy, it goes back with his life. Now it's blocked again. And we just keep doing that because that's what we do, right? Cool, so everything seems to be working. We're able to block our enemy. And we should also be doing like a attacking logic in here. So we can actually start smacking the tower. And what else do we need in that? We probably need something else, and I'm just thinking right now what exactly would be the good thing to do. Oh yeah, we gotta be setting a limit. So once it's reaching the desired position is smaller than 0, that means it pretty much just hit our garden thing. It actually just broke something. So we're gonna be doing if desired position dot x is smaller than 0. Whoops, forget me about that. If it's smaller than 0, that means our game grid just took a damage, so it pretty much just lost a life. So game grid instance, now we don't have anything for losing lives, but we'll just put that in comment, lose a life. And we are going to hit return, so we can actually keep on going with whatever we were doing. So our object is going to be like going straight left anyway. It's not going to just despawn there. We're just going to make it die a little bit further. So we got this, and at one point, if desired position is smaller than maybe like 2, that means we can actually go ahead and just destroy this guy. Okay. Or you know what? This doesn't make any sense. So if it's smaller than 0, we go ahead and we just hit return. So it doesn't check this and doesn't break our game. And we can just go ahead and just say destroy for now. And that will be it. We'll remove a life later on. Okay, here we go. Now, what is the next thing we could be tackling with our game? And I'm just wondering right now, what is the right step we could take? The enemies are supposed to stack like this. It's part of the actual real game. And we should have our hit points somewhere up here, maybe. And why does this crash? It should not be crashing anymore. I think it is because I said smaller than 0, but it should be smaller than 1, actually. Oops. Okay, let's pound some. Not enough gold. Oh, right. There's this gold limit. And then it proceeds, and we lose life depending on how many just went through. Okay, so that sounds good. Let's do the attacking logic. So on our towers, we are going to go under the base tower. Base tower is going to have a function called take damage. So public void take damage int amount. We're also going to have a public hit point. So public int hit point is equal to, say, let's just put it on maybe like 3 by default, and then we can change it on every single one of those prefabs. So take damage is going to say hit point minus equal amount. If hit point is smaller than 0, that means we pretty much got destroy. So destroy game object. Actually, we don't destroy it this way. If we need to actually kill a tower, we gotta be calling it from the grid. So game grid dot instance dot destroy tower. Where is our destroy tower function? Do we even have a tower destroy function? Select delete, and we do. Okay, delete the tower. Here it is. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to be doing pretty much the same exact thing as here. So on our tower, base tower, if the hit point goes below 0, we can say tile T, we select the grid that is going to work. So just make sure this is on the game grid. So game grid.instance.select grid tile, which is not there. We should actually be putting it public. Where is it at? It's over here. So this is now public. We're directly selecting the tile on this base tower, on this grid. We select it using X and Y. Huh. How are we going to get these values now? I'm thinking about it. The tower should have those values, or should it? I don't think that the tower needs to know where it is at right now. Only the grid needs to know where the towers are. So how do we get the tile? We could actually be getting it simply by using its position. So we could be saying transform.position.x. That would work. Wrap it with a int cast in front of it. So transform.position.z in this case. And we have the tile selected. Now with the tile selected, we know that it is occupied because there's a tower here. Of course it's occupied. We are going to delete that tower. We're not going to give the gold back, however. So let's just go ahead and remove this. And we can do destroy and t.occupied is equal to false. That's all we have to do really. So we have this take damage function that is on our every single turrets right now. So our enemy, they now need some kind of attack function, which I will be putting up here. So private void attack, and we can now start writing some fields up here. So private float last attack, and also private float attack cooldown. So say it's every 1.5 seconds. We are going to make this public because it's going to be different for pretty much every single one of those enemies. Since it's public, I'll bump it back up here. And okay. So, if it is not blocked, we move. If it is blocked, we attack. Right, in the attack, we're going to say if time.time minus last attack is bigger than attack cooldown. Oops. If it is bigger than attack cooldown, then we're going to go ahead and just hit the tower somehow. So the tower is at the desired position. We are going to say game grid dot instance dot select grid tile at the desired position dot x, desired position dot z dot y. Actually, we cast those as an int, so int, so we don't get this casting error we had. We have the tile now. We're gonna get the tower on top of it. Then we're gonna call the take damage function, and they're also going to have a damage amount. So let's go ahead and do public int damage is equal to 1. We send it over the take damage function over here, and then we should be pretty much good to go. Also do a last attack is equal to time.time, so we actually reset that timer. Cool. In the update grid position, once we get blocked, so over here, this is where we get blocked. This is where we actually that's the moment where the ball says, okay, I can't move anymore. I am faced with a tower. So at this point, when this happens, I'm going to say last attack is equal to time.time. So I don't immediately attack as soon as I hit this tower in front of me. I wait a second, then I can attack. Or is it 1.5? So yeah, as soon as I enter this tile and I know that there is a tower in front of me, I wait a second and a half and then I start attacking. After another second and a half, I attack again, and it just goes on and on and on. Good times. Boom. So I've got two of those. Let me try again. Only one enemy. I've got a tower with 3 HP. So it goes like this. Hit point is over here. It's at 3 right now. It is still at 3 right now. It is not actually taking damage. That kind of sucks. Well, let's find out why. Okay. So I'm calling attack. If time.time minus the last attack is bigger than the attack cooldown, and that is 1.5 if I recall. Yep. Then take damage. Tower.take damage minus equal to the amount. Okay. I'll do a quick debug.log in here so I can actually have a look at what's going on. Oi. So we launch this, we launch a enemy, put this here. Do we even call oi? We don't call oi. That means it never goes inside of the take damage function. Let's see why. Okay, so if it is not blocked, you move. That's right. Then we attack. Okay, I think this is called, this is always called here, so I need to change this a little bit. So if it is not blocked, it is going to update the grid position. If it is blocked, then we're not going to be worrying about doing this thing. It should make a little bit more sense overall. So let's launch an enemy. Here it is. This guy has 3 HP, went 1.5 seconds. It goes to No reference error. Okay, let's see why. Desired position -1. And we go back. Alright, press T. Put this here. HP is at 3. 1.5, it goes down to 2. Okay, here we go. 1, 0 should get destroyed. And then we proceed to doing our things. We just live our happy life. That is great. Okay, so we've got this. That's pretty good, actually. What is the next step we can now be taking in order to conquer the world of Plant vs. Zombie? By the way, let's just assume that this has a lot of HP. And this has a lot of attack speed. You can see the value going down super fast. So we've got this. We could actually be doing the lives mechanic before we do the shooting, because you know the tower should be attacking as well. But there's also the whole lives things I'd like to get rid of right now. So we're gonna do that right now. Once our enemy crosses that very zone, we are going to remove lives. Now, how many lives should we have at the start? I think 5 is a good number, and we could even display them as little icons up here. That would be cool, I think. So that is exactly what we'll be doing. Right, let's go in our game UI somewhere here. On the canvas, I am going to create, on the game status UI, another panel inside of it. So I'll just extend my first panel. I'll make sure that this is like something crazy that size, who knows, with a height of 100. The current level text is going to be anchored on the left. The width is going to be less than that. It's not going to be best fit anymore. We're going to be setting the actual size like so. Maybe anchor it at the top. You just play around that as much as you wish, and at one point you're going to end up with something that looks good. I'm pretty sure of it. So -10 here. The width is going to be less than that. Here we go, so maybe 250 or 300. And good. Maybe give it a small margin of 10. Fine, so we got this. We have too many panels, so we are going to get rid of one. Or no, actually, we're going to just rescale this one. This is going to be the lives panel. And on this lives panel, anchor it on the right. Make the width a little bit less. So maybe something like that. Who knows? Maybe 425. That's good. Sounds great. The height can be something like 95. Actually, let's make it 90. And here it is. So that's going to be our lives panel. Now, this is going to have a horizontal layout group on it. We are going to put some images. So right click on it, images. That's image 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Every single image are going to have some kind of padding. So I'll just do layout element. It has a minimum and a preferred width. So minimum width is going to be, say, this is what? This is 90 by 425, which gave me 85. So let's just make them 75 by 75. But in order to rescale those, I need to remove the force child expand on both width and height. So this image is going to have 75 by 75, like this. Copy this over 5 times, and you've got yourself your lives panel. If you had just a little bit of like spacing in there, you give yourself a margin of 5 again. Oh, not here. Let's actually anchor this somewhere else. So all the lives are going to be anchored at the top center. Or nope, that doesn't work. So we're going to be middle center instead, like that. Okay. So these are our lives. 70 by 70 by 70 by 70. Okay, makes more sense. And we need a special image for every single one of those. What image could we be putting? We don't have any yet, but it is going to be some spheres for now. So every time a spheres is dead, so whenever we lose one life, we should be not deleting. Well, we could be deleting, but it looked like that in the game, and I don't know if that's exactly what we'd like. We could actually just be turning them off. That could be a solution, but I think that's pretty messed up. We should be just like bumping down the alpha would be great. So let's do just that. We're gonna be bumping down the alpha. Okay, so under our game grid, or I mean our game manager, we're gonna double click on that. We are going to create a function that is called public void update lives UI. And update lives UI is going to access the container of those lives. So public game object lives container, or I'm going to remove the S because I haven't put one in tower. So lives container, depending on how many lives we have. So who is supposed to know how many lives we have? It's supposed to be the grid, but at the same time, both the game manager and the game grid should be in the same script. Now that I think about it, they are not really supposed to be separate. Not anymore, at least, because we did some stuff in one, and they're getting a little bit messy. But I think the game grid is going to hold the lives right now because no, I think the game manager is going to hold the live because it's the one that holds the gold as well. So let's do public int lives as a set get. When we start the game, lives is equal to 5. And we can also update the lives UI. Okay. So how should we go about doing this? We are going to do int I is equal to 0. We're going to be doing a for each statement. So for each transform t in lives container, wait, was it live container dot transform. So for every single children in that live transform, we are going to do, okay, so let's do it in the other way around. So int I is equal to 4, or we can do int I is equal to, yeah, let's just do 4 because we have 5 lives and we need to start at the 4th index. So if lives is bigger, should we do bigger? If live is smaller than I, and this is way too complicated for nothing. If live is smaller than y, we are going to get the component and just change its color. So t dot get component image, getting the image component dot color is equal to new color. We're making a new color right there on the fly, so let's do new color 32 actually and give it the byte we need. It takes in the bytes, so 255, 255, 255, and alpha would be like 125 or something like that. Just a little bit less alpha. And then we do I minus minus. Okay, let's actually try this out. I'm having a bad feeling about this, but we can actually try this out. Just assume that the lives are at 3 right now. We go in the preloader, we hit play. Okay, so we get a null reference because if we go under the game scene and then the game manager, we haven't set our lives container. Let's go ahead and do that. We go under game status UI and this is our lives panel, also known as our lives container. Alright, here it is. We are going to go back inside of the preloader launch this, and it's kind of working, but it's in the wrong way, and I'm not quite happy about that. So we're supposed to have 3 lives right here, which is definitely not the case. So what could we do? First, invert these things. So if lives is bigger than I, we do this. And I just reduce the opacity, so it's going to look more transparent. Okay, so what do we have here? So we have 3 lives, and it's pretty much removing 3 lives, so we should only, we should have 1 more in here. If lives is bigger or equal to I, no, that definitely did not work. Oh, I think it's if it's life minus 1, because lives is the actual number and I is a index, an indexer. Okay, this makes more sense now. This seems to work fine. I am going to call a function. Well, first I'll make a function inside of the game manager that I'll call remove lives. So remove live, like so. And whenever this happens, lives minus minus, and we update the lives UI. Now we can also be putting something, playing a sound, whatever, boom boom. And whenever the enemy reaches a certain point, so where is that function? It's about here, lose life. We do a game manager, so game manager dot instance remove life, like so. Okay. Now we press play on this, we actually try this out, and we try to kill our thing, and we should have 5 lives right now. Obviously something is not working fine, and we'll see why in a moment. We'll go fix that. Let's just have a look at this first. Okay, there is definitely something wrong with my code, and I'm getting a bit tired. That's why it's like really complicated to do these little simple operations. Okay, so we do int I. I'm going to swap this around. So for each transform t in live container transform that works, we do I++. So we're going to start from the beginning. If lives is bigger than I, so that's the first one. So if 1 is bigger than 0, then we do nothing. If it's smaller, then we change the color. That makes a lot of sense in my head for some reason. Okay, so we've got 5. And let's check this out. Almost working. It's almost working. But it is not quite yet. And is it because we do this? The first life is never lost. 5 lives. Let's go. Okay, so that's 5. 5 is equal to, sure. Lives minus 1. And then we do somewhere around here. If live is equal to 0, that means we're pretty much dead. So call a def function, a losing function, and also do a return. We're gonna get out of here. So let's make a def function, public void def. All it's going to do for now is load scene. So scene manager dot load scene. We're going to load the menu scene. Okay, and then let's have a look at this in the game. So I just sent 6 of those. It should actually stop at this one. We got 5 lives. Let's see the first one. Yep. Let's send only 4, and then the 5th one. Cool, so we get pretty much everything that works, and yeah, that's good. Very good. Alright, so we are going to go back in the game. Now we're going to be doing that shooting mechanic, shooting mechanic. And how exactly should we tackle this? I have a few ideas. They're not good ideas, but they exist. The enemy should know where he is at, right? We have this somewhere. We have the desired position, which is the enemy knows where it is going. And we also, oh, we have his position right there. Okay, so we're just going to be checking. The tower is needs to be checking every single tile in front of him if there is an enemy. But that's a little bit different for every single tower, and that is why I'm a little bit confused. So let's start by just creating a attack function. Okay. So in the base tower, private float, last attack, private float, attack cooldown. This one is actually public because attack speed is going to be different for every tower we get. So private float, last attack, private float, attack cooldown, and we have to be checking every single frame. Is there something in front of us? So we're going to be doing a public virtual void attack. And what we'll be doing in the virtual one is actually nothing. The mechanic is going to be different for every single one of those. So instead of doing this, I will do public virtual void attack. And well, we're just going to leave that empty. We could actually be making it abstract, but at the same time I don't really feel like it, so we're just going to leave it empty. And every single one of our every single one of our tower is going to be shooting after the attack speed. So let's just check this out. We have the update. In the update we do if time.time minus last attack is bigger than the attack cooldown. That means we're ready to actually shoot. Attack cooldown. We do attack. Now it's going to be fairly important that inside of this function attack, whenever we do an action, we say last attack is equal to time.time. In fact, we're going to make this protected so we can access it from the children in a moment. Okay, so the base tower should not be doing anything right now. It's calling the attack function when it can, but the attack function does not do anything because it's going to be different for everybody. Good times, good times. Right. So if we go back over here and we actually have a look at what kind of tower we get. So in the Plant vs. Zombie version, the first tower, it doesn't actually attack. It's only there to spawn more gold over time. So I think we should be starting by the second tower, as confusing as it might sound. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just go in the tower 1 and overload the public override attack function. And just to show you what it does, I'll do debug.plug tower 1 attack, and we'll do last attack is equal to time.time. Okay, we're not actually sending any damage anywhere. Actually, what we'll be doing here is like, okay, so check the timer. If we attack, just give gold to the player. That's going to be the attack for the tower 1. But I'd like to actually do the tower 2 first because it's an actual attack function. Right, so over here in the tower 2, public override attack. And, well, first let's do last attack is equal to time.time. If we manage to land our hit. And that is where we're going to be checking, okay, so are we even able to hit something, right? So right now, what I was feeling like doing is pooling this tower's current position. A little bit earlier, I thought a tower did not need to know where it is like at right now, but I think it does need to know where it's at so it knows which lane to actually shoot on. like, fortunately for us, we have this information stored inside of the transform.position. As stupid as it might sound, if we cast our position as int, we actually get the right place on the actual grid where we're at. So what exactly can we do with that information? We should be pulling on that very axis, on that very z, on that very lane, who is, like, which enemy are in front of me, and that's what I think we're going to be doing. Now, all the enemies are stored inside of the game grid, so if we do game grid instance active enemies, we get a list of all the active enemies. So what I'll end up doing is do a for each on that. So for each, let's do base enemy e in game grid.instance.active enemies. We are going to say we should get the first one. So how exactly are we going to get the first one? Alright, so we're going to create some kind of like get me the closest enemy function. Let's start with a int closest enemy index is equal to 0, float closest x is equal to e dot position dot x. Okay, now I'll be taking all of this and I'll be moving it up here. Is this going to work? This is not going to work. I'm having trouble with this right now. Okay, let's put it back in here. Closest enemy index is equal to 0, is equal to 0 up here, and then we'll do int I is equal to 0, I plus plus here. I should just be making a for loop. Yeah, let me just make a for loop so we don't have to do all this mess. Alright, let's start over again. So for int I is equal to 0 as long as I is smaller than GameGrid.instance active enemies.count I plus plus. Okay, so now we can actually iterate through that in a manner that I can use some values. So we are going right on top of here. We're going to say int closest index is equal to 0, float closest x is equal to, we don't know yet. We'll find out in a moment. So let's just put that on 0. Or actually, if there is no enemy, what exactly should we do? That is an excellent question that I'm asking myself. Alright, we're going to start over again. So for every single enemy, if there is one that is on our lane, so let's just think about the order this is going to be put in. The closest one should always actually be the first one we get, so I think we can just do a simple dot find and get the closest enemy only doing that. Let's actually try this out. Okay, so for every single enemies, if GameGrid.instance.active enemies at the index I, that position is equal to int transform.position .z. We're going to put a y in here and z in here. So if that's the case, that means we found our enemy. This is the one we're attacking. Assuming that I'm correct with my logic. This is the one we should be attacking right now. And are we actually getting his... Yeah, we should be getting his actual enemy component. So we're going to be saying base enemy, that we're going to be declaring at the top of our attack. Base enemy is equal to null. Enemy is equal to this now, so like that. Enemy is equal to, whoops, I lost my clipboard for some reason. Enemy is equal to game grid dot instance dot active enemy at the index I. Cool. So we're doing pretty much this for loop every single frame until we find an enemy, which is fine. And then once we do find an enemy, so if enemy exists, so if it is not equal to null, that means we have somebody inside and we're ready to actually hit him. And if we do hit him, by the way, we gotta be putting that in here. So if we do hit him, we are going to send him damage. So enemy dot take damage. I don't have that function just yet, do I? I don't. Let's go back in enemy, base enemy, and we are going to add a public void take damage int amount. Same exact thing as we did in the tower. So basically we have a public int hit point somewhere. So hit point is going to be equal to, say, 5. 5 is too much. 3. Take damage hit point minus equal amount. And if hit point goes below 0, or is actually equal to 0, let's do plus petit égal, so smaller equal to 0, we are going to do GameGrid.instance.delete enemy. Delete enemy, we're going to send ourselves, so this. Okay, this sounds really complicated, and might be a little bit too spaghetti, but hey, we're gonna get through that. Don't worry, guys, we got this. So if enemy is not equal to null, enemy dot take damage, and we should have our damage amount, right? We do have that kind of information somewhere, do we? Oh, we don't. Okay, so public int damage is equal to 1. We deal only 1 damage with every single tower for now. Okay, we were on tower number 2, so enemy dot take damage. Does that even work? We made this public. Okay, yeah, that does work. Okay, this is the moment where everything breaks. I hope you guys are ready. I am going to go on the preloader. And now, if I just spawn this thing, it's going to attack every single, it's supposed to be every single 1.5 second, but obviously there is something wrong and you can tell. But tower 1 attack is being called, then we do last attack is equal to time.time. So there is a problem over here. So if time.time minus the last attack is bigger than the attack cooldown, oh, attack cooldown is on 0, that's why. Let's put that on 1.5, that's for the base tower. If we have a look now at our tower prefabs, they are over here. They should all be on 1.5 attack speed right now. So every single 1.5 second, the tower 1 should attack. Here's 1, here's 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Okay, I'm going to delete it so it stops spamming my console. And now what I'm going to do is put a tower here, then spawn an enemy, see what happens. It should actually hit the enemy. And it actually did. So every single 1.5 second, it would launch an attack at that very enemy, and then the enemy would die. So here it is, many enemies, and we just kill this one. This one is not going to make it, but yeah, this is pretty much working. Now we lose, and that's pretty much it actually. Cool, so we got this working. Now the feedback loop is a little bit like awful, and I'm not going to lie, it's not really nice right now. We might need some kind of projectile, but I'm thinking about how exactly we're going to be implementing those projectiles so it looks good. So I don't really know yet how we're going to be doing that, but at least we got this working. We also got the dev thing working. We could start coding. We should actually start coding our tower 1 attack, because our tower 1 attack gives us HP, not HP, but it gives us money over time. So you see how we have this cooldown value here, the attack cooldown. If we bump this up to 15, say for the tower number 1, it is going to be called every 15 seconds. And all we really have to do here is say, oh, well, game grid or game manager.instance.gold plus equal, then we got this special value for this specific tower, so public int gold gain, which is maybe like say 10. You're gonna gain 10 gold every 15 seconds once, like with every single tower 1 you have, you are going to gain 10 gold every 15 seconds. Like that. Then we do game manager, of course, .instance.update the gold text. In my head, that does make sense. If it doesn't for you, then you can leave comments in the description, and I'll try to actually explain. And did I hit? Okay. So if I just go here and I start spawning these towers, every 15 seconds I should get 10 gold back. And now 15 might be a little bit too much for testing purpose, but in the end, I think it's a good number. So let's check this out. Okay, so we gain all of this at the same time. That was kind of weird how we got it at the same time. Let's see. So do we get the 60? We get 60. Going to wait a little bit. Put it here. It should go up to 50, then later 60. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 60, please. There we go. Alright, so this sounds like it is working. Just going to make sure again. So 1 here, 1 here, and 1 about there. Why not? Again, I got all of those at the same time, and that kind of bothers me because I don't know why it does that. But technically it's working, so I don't I don't really care. Right, let's see. Let's see. We're gonna come back to this. That's going to be in the late bug fix, I think. Okay, so we're reaching the 3rd hour mark. I'm actually gonna take a break again, and this time I'll think about what we'll be doing next, because that's really the big question right now, and I'm wondering what exactly do we need to do next to make this work. We still got the whole sending wave thing, so every single level needs to know how many enemies it's going to send and when exactly. And I think that's going to be the final step we take. Then we can start polishing the game, adding some actual lights and actual texture to it. We can also add more feedback. I'm thinking about some kind of bar that is telling you how many enemies there is and like how many waves there is. Who knows? We'll see. Alright, so guys, I'll be right back in a moment, and I'll see you soon. Hoi, what is up guys? I have returned, and I have good ideas. So I want to redo the way we actually make the levels, and the reason I want to redo the whole way we make levels is wait, before I scare anybody off, I'm not redoing the whole thing. I just like to change this very thing over here. So if we go under the data helper, we have this array here to edit our level, and it's going to get messy. It is going to get a real mess when we start saying, okay, spawn me this one enemy here at 1 minute in the game. So what I decided I'll be doing is I pretty much just logged on my drive, so my Google Drive. That's what I'm doing on my second screen right now. You can't see, but let me just do a Plant vs. Zombie folder really quickly. Okay, so here it is. I've got myself a drive, and I'm going to create a new Google Sheet. Now if you have Excel, that is going to work as well. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to be putting all the data I need, like all the level data, inside a sheet like that. And if some kind of designer wants to make my levels for me, I'll just hand him out this sheet and he'll do whatever he wants with it. And I think it's a good experience for you guys that are working like that. So you're the programmer, and then you have an artist working on their thing, but you also have a designer in the way, and you don't really want to tell him to go inside of the inspector and work with this. So instead, we are going to create our own spreadsheet. This is going to be the level data. Right, so now we're going to find a clever way to actually lay out our data. Let's go ahead and just say this is the level name. So first level, what else could we be saying in there? So which index the level is? No, we don't actually need that. I don't think so, but in case we do, we can put it. So 0. And what else could we actually be putting in here? What do we have right now in our level data? We have unlock tower and then starting gold. So unlock tower, we can say that here. So for level 0, so for the first level, you're going to have the 2 first towers. So you gotta be putting 3 in here. And the starting gold is 100. Okay, so this is what we get. Let's do second level just to see it. It's at the index 1. It's always going to increment by 1 basically. And we need 7 in this number here, so we get the 3 first tower. We get 150 gold when we first start. Let's duplicate that over. Actually, you know what? Let's actually move them here. Because now what we need to do at this point is decide where exactly are the enemies going. And the way I'd like to do this is, okay, so the first line is going to be the metadata that we use just to start off. Like, you start the level, you have this. You have the name, the first level, you have the index that is used in the back. You also have the unlocked towers, and you have a starting gold. Now, as far as the enemy goes, we would need to actually define, well, first, what prefab you want to use. So which kind of enemy do you want to spawn? The enemy 1, enemy 2, number 3, number 4. Let's actually try this out with, for the first level, only enemy and the index 0, so the first one. So we're going to be spawning enemies at the index 0, and now guys, just bear with me because this is not going to tell you anything. You're not going to understand what I'm doing until you actually see the result. So just imagine yourself that this is the index we're spawning, 0. This would be which lane, so let's go ahead and spawn enemies. The first enemy we're going to spawn is like in the second index, so that's lane number 3, the middle one. And then we can set a time. So we're going to be spawning it after, say, it's 5 second? 5 second, like that, 5. So that's 5 second. And then we got to be waiting a little bit more, so we spawn another enemy on the same exact lane, or maybe in another one, no, actually on the same exact lane at 10 seconds. Now let's go ahead and spawn another enemy on lane number 1, so that's the second lane. We spawn it at, say, 12.5. And this is what I do until you actually get everything you'd like. Okay, what else could we be doing? Spawning another enemy. We could be spawning this one at 2 again. After 16 seconds, spawn another enemy at the lane, this lane, 20 seconds. Spawn another enemy, and then you just keep going like that until you're satisfied with your level. So 2, 230, and there we go. Let's just assume that this is a level for the second one. I don't know why this one is over here. For the second level, I'm just going to duplicate this value, but then we're gonna be changing a little bit of things. So the one that's going to be spawning on the other lane is going to be enemy of type 1, so the other kind of enemy. Yeah, that could work. Okay, so we've got this. Now, what exactly do we do with this Google Sheet? It's not going to help us in any form or shape like it is right now. So here's what we do. We hit File. We download as a CSV for comma-separated values. Alright, so what that means is pretty much if we open it up, this is what it looks like. comma separated values. Now, I don't think there should be here actually. You know what? We're going to be fixing that right now. Let's actually bump this up here, remove this line. And we are going to do, are we allowed to do this? Okay, so this over here, this is what I got. I pretty much download this as a CSV file. So I went under File, download as CSV, and now I've got it on my other screen. I'll just go ahead and drag and drop this inside of my project somewhere. So it's pretty much called level data, and I am simply going to drag and drop this in my folder. There it is. This is what we get. We get a simple text file. So you could have done that in the text editor if you wish, but I did it here. If you double click on it, this is what you get. So what I was thinking of doing is actually getting rid of all these lines here, these extra lines in between levels. You could do that by code if you wish, but I'll just do it manually for now. Okay. Now this is what I am going to do. We need to actually go back inside of the preloader and work with our data helper a bit. So first thing we'll need, public text asset level data. Right, so in the start we are going to call a function read level data, which we don't have just yet, so let's go ahead and create it. Private void read level data down here, and then we say levels is equal to a new list of level, just like that. This one is now a set and get. We won't use this thing anymore on the right, so we can just put it as a property, and it's gonna go away basically, so we don't see this anymore. Instead, we see the level data text asset that we're simply going to drag and drop in here. Okay, so this is exciting. We get to actually modify all of that by hand. Now, if we take a look at our level data, how exactly do we split our data? We split it by a space over here. So every single level is separated by a single, well, it's not a break line. It's actually an actual like empty thing here. And what I was thinking about is actually changing this empty thing here by some kind of special character, so maybe this. So if you wish, just go ahead and put that here. It's going to change your level data. Now we have this special character. And what I was planning to do is inside of here, we'll do a string array. So let's do string array all levels is equal to level asset or level data asset dot text dot split, and we're splitting every single character that looks like this. Okay, so this way we have multiple strings now, and I'd just like to debug them really quick to see if it's exactly what I need. So I'm going to debug the first one and also the second one. Alright, let's try this out. Press play. This is first level, this is how we get it, and this is second level. So it kind of starts with a space, and I think we're going to get rid of that. I'm not sure how we'll do it, but we need to get rid of that. Pretty much now. Or we could be putting a space on top of the other one, but no, that actually looks weird. So how do we get rid of that space? We could be... Oh, we could actually be just doing that here. So every time we start a new level, we can put the modulo sign in front of it. Let's try this out once more. First level, second level doesn't seem to exist for some reason. I am going to remove this first thing here. And here we go. So that's what we get. So see exactly how this is made. We have this first level that does not start with a modulo, and we have this second one that does. And now that I think about it, we can go back inside of the level data and actually put a modulo right in front of every single level, like so, and actually remove that stupid line we had before, so I'm just going to hit delete row. There we go. Alright, let's try this out once more, and I gotta stop pressing on this. So file, download as, we download as a CSV. Now I'm going to delete the one I have here, import the new one, and this is what we get. So same exact thing as we had before, but now there is a modulo at the first index, as you can tell, so at the very first level. We could manually remove it from our CSV file, and I think that would be the best. So the first character, we just get rid of it. Here we go. And we are set. Oh, by the way, since we're going to be removing it every time, I might as well just remove it from here as well. Sorry, I can't decide myself, but that's fine, because we're going to be making it. We're going to be successful in making this clone. Okay, so right now we only have 2 strings, and these are the 2 strings. They're pretty much here, and they don't really make any sense right now. But based on those strings, we are going to create a level. Now I know there is a level class somewhere. Oh, here, nice, we made it. So we've made a level class earlier. What I'd like to do with this is actually make this. Well, this is actually going to build itself. So let's do a public level string like that. And all we really need to do now that we've done that, is go back inside of this data helper and do for each string s in all levels with an s dot add, and we're adding a new level. Where is my class? And we have to send the s for string. So that's pretty much all we need to do in this. This is actually done. We don't even need to touch it anymore. So we create new level, and now we have this string over here, and we gotta start just formatting this thing. So we're gonna be taking data from that string and just putting it inside of the thing. Now, what is this problem? It says unlock tower must be fully assigned before control leaves the constructor. What do they mean by fully assigned? Oh, I'm in a struct. It is now a class. Sorry about that. So we now have a class with this. And here we go. Okay. So what is our actual string? We started a little bit earlier, so this is it right here. We are going to split every time we see a comma. I think that makes sense. So let's go back in our code. Var all values, I guess you could call it. It's actually a string array. Let's use the proper term. So string array all values is equal to level string dot split, and we're splitting on every single commas. Okay, so now this is where it gets fun. So all values at the index 0, that's the name. So we're gonna go up here and declare public string level name set and get is equal, actually level name is equal to this. Okay, so next one was the index of the level, which the more I think about it, the less we need, but we're gonna get it anyway. So public int level index set and get again. And now since this is a string, we're gonna have to do int.parse. We parse the all values at the index 1. Oops. Like so. The third thing over here is the unlock tower bit. So simply type in unlock tower is equal to int.parse. We're parsing all values at the index number 2. And finally, that was the starting gold. So again, starting gold is equal to int.parse all values at the index number 3. Okay, now let's go ahead and see if we broken anything. We probably did. Our menu is probably broken, but we don't really care, right? So let's see. Input string was not in the correct format. What is that? What is the problem here? Input string, system string, int.parse. So on the parse, we've got an error on the actual parse. Now I need to know which one is actually crashing. Level index is an int, that's fine. Unlock tower is also a int, so that's cool. Okay, cool. Level index. That also works. It's probably this one. This one is always like a mess since we're using it as a bit flag. And nope, it is not. Okay, that's cool. So finally, the starting gold. Let's have a look at our debug.log. For each string s in all values, debug.log s. We're going to be looking at every single string until it actually breaks. So, play. Right, first level, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, here is the actual problem. This is weird. This has a weird character inside of it. So since we skipped the line, since we skipped the line, it actually went ahead and grabbed the 0 as well. We need to split more, basically. So all values, we split at the comma. Nope, not yet. That's not exactly what we need to do. We're going to say all lines first, then do a level string.split, and we shall split on every single line break, which are \n. So we're pretty much just splitting every single lines, and they're all different now. Now what we're going to be doing is we should be doing a for each statement, but first let's take this, put it up here. First line value is equal to all line at the index 0, then we split, and this is all first line values. Okay, so we now fix this. We should now start processing the other lines really soon. So for each, actually let's do a for loop. So for int I is equal to 0, as long as I is smaller than all lines that count, or dot length, sorry, I++. And since we already processed the first line values are over here and they're different, that's why we did it outside of the for loop. We are going to go here and say int I is equal to 1 and not int I is equal to 0. Then we're going to say debug.log, and let's go ahead and just debug all the lines afterward. Okay, we should now be a little bit clearer with our data, so I'm going to hit play, and this is it. So we don't seem to have any trouble except here, and I don't know why. I think this is for like the next level, but I'm not sure. We'll see when time comes. Okay, so basically we go here, 100, that's fine, that's what we need for our data. If you take a look at the level data, this is called first level, it is at index 0, we don't really see this, we only have 2 tower unlocked because of the 3 here, and we start with 100 gold, that is cool. Now we go on the second one, you can see that 3 towers are unlocked, we start with 150 gold, and this is index 1. Now, so you have a better look at this, we're actually going to go back inside of the, I think it is the game manager, yeah, I think it's the game manager, and instead of saying current level index is equal to this, that's boring, that's like literally boring. We're going to say current level dot level name instead. Since we now have that information, might as well use it. We go back, we hit play. This is the second level, and this is the first level, so taking straight from the CSV file. Now in the CSV file, there is no place for this number 2 level here, the third level. There is no third level, so if we just try to boot it,
as you can tell, it says out of range now. Then I can't click on anything, and pretty much everything is broken. So once we're done with the whole creating the level, we're also going to create this array here dynamically, depending on how many entries there is in the actual thing, CSV file. Sorry, I'm getting tired a little bit. Okay, now the only thing left we need to do here is actually keep track of which enemy we're spawning and when. And the way I want to do this is with a list. Why not? Let's do a list. So using system.collection.generic, we're going to keep track of every single enemy. So public list, we're actually going to keep track of our own structure that we'll declare up here. So let's do a public structure enemy spawn information, and this has a public int, which is the index, spawn index, public int lane index, and it finally has a public float time. Cool. So we're having a public list of enemy spawn information that we're gonna call enemies. Yeah, that's good. Why not? So when we construct our level, enemies is going to equal to a new list, and every single time there's a new line, we're gonna do enemies dot add, and then we add what we need to. But we don't have any information just yet, so let's go ahead and process it. In our for loop, we're gonna add a enemy spawn information structure that we'll call R or E, or yeah, E. E sounds good. Is equal to, I can't do that because it's a struct. Can I do it actually? I think I can. Well, let me just do that. Why not? But first we need to actually have the data. So string array enemy info, why not, is equal to all lines at the index I dot split, and we're splitting again on the comma. So splitting on the comma like so. What is the first thing we need to set here? We need to say e dot index is equal to int dot parse, and we're parsing enemy info at the index 0. Cool. E dot lane index now is equal to int.parse, and we're parsing enemy info at the index number 1. Finally, e.time is equal to float.pass, and this one always gives me trouble, so I hope it doesn't this time. Enemy info at the index 2. It probably will give me trouble, but we'll see that in a moment. Once we're done, we add the enemies here, like that. Okay. Let's have a look at this. We press on play, and we get a input string not in the correct format, so that's really annoying as always. What if I remove this? Okay, no, so that's not it. I think it has to do with what we saw a little bit earlier when there was a line out there just chilling for no reason. So let's do debug.log. I'm going to debug.log the level string once we get in here. So that's the whole string. I'll just be putting it at the very top. Hit a return down here so it doesn't crash. There's some debugging stuff I'm doing. I'll try to do it fairly quick. So that's the first level right here. Fine, that sounds good. Why is there a space down here? That's annoying. And there doesn't seem to be one in the second level. So let's have a look. First level, then we get a space. I wonder if they put a comma to that very 30 value here. They probably do, and that might be why I'm having an issue. Yeah, that's it. So how exactly should I resort? How exactly should I fix this problem? It's all about that empty value just messing everything up. And it's going to be, if I was to make it third level, let me see. If I was to make it third level really quickly, so just take this. Happy day, whatever. Index number 2. We have this kind of tower, 200 gold, blah blah blah. Sounds good. File download as CSV. Then we head over to the project. I'm going to change that for the new CSV file, which now holds 3 level. Wrong one. This one now holds 3 level. I'm going to rename it and drag and drop it here. Let's see if we get the exact same error. So, second day now has this line that I need to get rid of. Oh, I mean second level. Okay, so I think we're just going to be checking on that string. If it's empty, then we don't need to process it. As simple as that. Alright. So once we're in the lines, we're going to check if... can we do that? I don't think we can. If all lines at the index I is equal to this, then continue, please. Or you know what, we're at the end, so we can actually do a break, or even better, a return. We'll leave a break just to make sure everything works. Let's hit play. Oh, it's not actually going to change anything. We're going to be removing these two things up here. Pressing play, and then it should work. So technically everything worked, and we are pretty much good to go. I like that. Okay. Nice. So I'm just going to assume that everything works if I uncomment that, and that we can start actually spawning using this data. Right. Okay. So let's go over to the game. Where is my game? Game manager, I think, whichever is holding the current level. Yeah, the game manager is. So right here we have the current level stored inside of the game manager. Now we gotta be using the update function somewhere. We are not, but we're gonna start using it now. Private void update, and we are going to keep track somewhere of the time we actually enter the scene. So private float start time. Inside of my start, I will go ahead and just say start time is equal to time.time, and then we can go ahead and just say if actually float duration, game duration is equal to time.time minus start time. Okay, now what exactly should we be doing? We should be... Can we remove from the list? I think we can remove from the list actually, because it is public. It is public. Cool. So all we're going to be doing here is looking for each enemy info, enemy spawn information E in current level dot enemies. Oops. So for every single enemies I've got in my enemy list, is the time up? Is the time for them to spawn? If it is, then we're just gonna go ahead and spawn them. By the way, where is my spawn function? It is in the game grid. Oh, that's annoying too. Well, I don't actually need it here, so when it's the time to spawn, I'm gonna check that with a if statement. So if e.time is smaller than game duration, then we are going to say, first off, we're going to be removing it from the list. So current level that enemies that remove E, like that. And game grid dot instance, and there is a spawn enemy function here that takes in the prefab index. So e dot index, like so, and then the lane index. So e dot lane index. Okay, this all makes sense now. I'm quite happy we've been through that. Let's try this out. I am back on this game now. start this, and after 5 seconds there should be an enemy somewhere. Hopefully. There it is. I haven't touched anything, I promise. Collection was modified. Okay, that's bad. Gotta go ahead and see what's going on here. I'm basically using a for each, and somewhere I shouldn't be using the for each. So again, for int I is equal to 0, as long as I is smaller than current level dot enemies dot count I plus plus. And I can pretty much just get rid of that. So wherever we say E, we're going to say current level enemies at the index I instead. So at quite a lot of places actually. Oops. Like so. And cool. We should not get that messy error again. Let's boot this up. First level. Going to put some flowers just for money, why not? 5 seconds. Now, when is the next one if we look at our level data? We've got one at 5 seconds, we've got one at 10 seconds. I'd like to actually compare, but it's actually fairly hard. So 10 seconds, he just spawned. You know what, I'll make this maximize on play, and we'll actually have a look. Cool, that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it should spawn now. 1, 2, 3, 4, another one now. Then 2, 1 now. On this lane, then the next one is at 16. Next one is at 20. Let me just block this guy so he doesn't make us lose. And it just works. Works actually quite good. And then at one point, it is just going to, that's going to be the last one. So at 30 seconds, spawn on the third lane, index number 2. And yeah, it worked. But we also got, you know, the T button in case we want to cheat and just create. Now on the device, you don't have the T button, so we could actually leave that here and that wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, we got this working, that's good. Now, if we try out the third level, the Happy Day level, we start with 200 gold, that's right. We have 3 towers unlocked. We have 2, which means that's the second index. And it's spawning stuff at 5 seconds. At 10 seconds, 12.5, so right away, right now, it should spawn. Oh, actually, no, we get an error because we don't have an enemy on the second, well, we don't have an enemy at index 1, so we don't have a second enemy, so it just crashed right now because it tried spawning an enemy that did not exist, which is, you know, part of the process. How long have we been doing this for? Okay, we're gonna reach 4 hours soon. We're gonna find a way to actually close this project as soon as possible, and there's also art to do, so just going to play this again really quickly so we can go ahead and just, oh, let's fix this. This menu is awful. That's the first thing. And also, we don't have 4 levels, so if we click here, we crash. We don't really crash, but I mean, it's not going to work, right? And to fix that, we are going to create those dynamically. So if we go over here on this menu scene, we actually go inside of the scene and not the game. Choose your canvas, you choose the level selection panel. Inside of it there is the level selection container. Open that, delete everything you see. We're simply going to keep one button right now and we're going to make it look good. I was just kidding, I don't know how to do that, so I'll just maybe anchor it somewhere else. Change the upper left for middle center, why not? Good times. And we are going to go on our menu manager, open up our menu manager and start coding a really simple function. First off, for that we'll need the level, well, first a game object of the level selection containers, level container, we could say. We're also going to need a prefab, so public game object level prefab, like so. And this knows, well, I mean, this doesn't know how many level we have, but the data helper is, and the data helper is pretty much static. So all we're going to be saying is in the start, why not, let's do it in the start. In the start we are going to say for each for each var level, actually, you know what? For each level L in data helper.instance.levels, for each level there is, we are going to go ahead and just spawn a new button. So game object go, make sure that's the type, so game object with a capital J, is equal to instantiate. We are going to instantiate a level prefab. Now we say go.transform.set parent, and the parent of this is going to be the level container.transform. And what else could we be doing? So we instantiated a button, we placed it inside of the array, so it's going to rescale itself and reposition itself properly. And then we gotta be adding this to the onClick. Okay, so get component of type button, we are going to need to include using Unity engine.ui. So get component button, and we do onClick.add listener. We're adding a listener to this, so we're adding dynamically the onClick event. Now you gotta be opening the parentheses for that using a lambda function like so, and to game. Send it a int. In this case, we'll need to set it every time. So int I is equal to 0. At the very top, we're going to be doing a int. We're going to be doing a I++ here. And for some reason, you actually need to create another hint. So let's do int j is equal to I here. As stupid as it might sound, this is what you need to do. And when you when you actually send that toGame function, you send the j and not the I. Okay, so that was a little bit too fast. I hope you guys understood what's going on. You probably didn't if you're watching this, but it's fine, because we are going to make it. Good. So what do we have here? So we have the level button by itself here, and that's what we're going to be taking, drag and dropping this inside of our prefab folder. Here it is. That's the level button. We can now remove it from the scene completely. And if we go on the scene manager, on the menu manager, we need to specify what is the level container. So in this case, the level selection container. And what is the level prefab? That's the thing we just saved here in our prefab folder. Now if we go ahead, go back, press on play, this is what we get. So we got 3 level, and they're all supposed to be working. Let's go ahead and check the first one. The first one is the first level. This is the second level. Happy Days, that's the third level. And that's pretty much it, actually. Of course, if you'd like, what you can do is just say go.getComponent. You're getting the text component. Actually, let's do a get component in children. So get component in children text.text is equal to I plus 1 toString. Something like that. I mean, you can just play around with this as much as you want now, so it's pretty much yours. You have access to the button while it's being made, so we get now the level 1, 2, 3, and it goes on like that forever. Say we were really like caring right now, we could duplicate that as much as we'd wish, and we'd have like multiple level. Doesn't matter if they're using the same name, it just, that's how it is. So you don't really need to actually set the same name, but make sure that every time you create a new level, every time there's a new level, that you had the modulo in front of it. So I didn't do it here. Modulo, and over there as well. So modulo, first level. And here too. Now there should be no level starting without a modulo, unless it's the first one. The first one doesn't use a modulo. So we go under File, Download As, CSV once more, show in the folder. I'm going to replace my current level data with the newest one that this very good designer just sent me by the mail. Yep. Very good joke. Data helper, it goes here. And here we go. So we should have multiple levels now. We have 12 level in total. And they all have their data specified in that very sheet, Google Sheet. So you could share this with somebody, just make sure you download it at the end, put it in your game, and it actually does something different. in every single sheet. Okay, there's also a mechanic that I started implementing at like the first 5 minutes in the video or in the stream, but I didn't proceed with it just yet, and it's the unlocked level feature. It's the unlocked level thing. Right now we can go straight ahead to the level 12, but that kind of sucks. So I'd like to actually block it, or actually lock it. And we already started doing that with the bit array called unlocked level testing here. And I'll actually be using this to know, well, are we allowed to play this level? So back in the menu manager, we're going to be doing geo.getComponent. Again, we're going to get the same button. We could be setting it inside of a field right there, but I'll just do toGetComponent because I'm lazy. Interactable is equal to, we don't really know here. We got to be putting our bit testing here. So data helper dot instance unlocked level. And what exactly did we do already for the unlocked tower? Just double check that really quickly. There's a function somewhere called unlocked tower. There it is. So what we did is this kind of call. We'll do the exact same thing in this menu manager. Alright, let's have a look at it first. So unlocked tower, this is it. You just put that in between parentheses, then you check against which index you are at right now. In this case, 1i, same exact thing, is not equal to 0. Cool, but now unlocked level is pretty much just a bit array that isn't set. So if we go over to the data helper in the start, okay, so it is here. In the load, we do a load save string. That's good. We said that. Alright, so what I think we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating up here, once we have the levels, once we did the read level data, we're going to be saying unlocked level is equal to a new bit array of size. Thank you God, it's actually using a size of size levels that count. Now having this in mind, I am going to call the save function somewhere here. Just for now, just gonna press play. Okay, this doesn't work. Bit array and int. Unlocked level at the index, so get I just want to have something saved right now, so it says boolean. Okay, what does it say? It's that here. We don't even need that. Cool. Data helper. What am I doing wrong? Getting a little bit tired, I'm going to be honest. Okay, so right now they're all on off, and that's exactly the behavior I'd like to have. So here's my line, basically. Unlock level you get at the index I, which is the index you're actually looking at here. So over to the data helper, I should now have saved, because I called the save function, I should now have saved something in my registry. So I will just go ahead and open this up. Registry, reg edit actually. And before we actually do anything in the registry, let's go ahead and change our default company name. So if we go over to the build setting, Control B on the keyboard, you go under player settings. This is the company name is N3K, product name is Cube versus Sphere. Now I can go ahead and just call the save function once more, and I'll just call it somewhere, say here again. Doesn't really matter as long as I call it. So this is actually called somewhere. Right. Press play on this, and it's actually going to do something inside of my registry. Now I'm going to go there, remove the actual save from my start. Going to go here, then have a look at this. So here it is cube versus sphere. The save string is as following: false, 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 false. Again, it's full of text. For some reason I expected to see bits, but it's actually text. Is there 12 of those? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Okay, so there is 12 of those. That's exactly the behavior I like to have, but the problem is that it's actually saving this. So instead of saying toString, I should be saying some kind of it should be saving as a character. That's what I'm actually hoping for. So we're gonna wrap this in between a ternary operator. If it is true, you're gonna be saving as 1, and if it is not true, you're gonna be saving as 0. Okay, once more, let's call the save function once more, and hopefully everything works this time. Press on play. It's actually saving. Oh, it's actually crashing. That's even better. Alright, let's see why. So, oh, it probably did the loading thing, so let me just remove this from my registry. We try this again. And everything is false. Now if I press an F5, reset, I should see a lot of 0 just stacked one next to each other, and that's exactly what I wish to have. So let's assume that the first level is unlocked. I'm going to right click on this, modify my string. This is the first level, it is unlocked. We could also unlock the third one just for testing purpose, and the fourth one, why not, and the last one. So we just unlock 4 levels, not in the same order, so 1, 3, and 4, and 12. And here they are. If I click on 4, I get the actual correct level. So that's 3, that's Happy Days. 4 is just a duplicate of 1, so first level. And here we go. 12 is another Happy Days. Good times. Great. We can remove the save function from there now. And the save works, the load works. And when we're loading something, and the load string is empty, so if it's the first time you're actually booting this game, the load string is going to be empty. So if load string is empty, so is equal to nothing basically, we are going to say unlocked level set at the index I through, and we're going to do a return. Oh, I mean not I mean the index is 0. So we're simply going to toggle on the first level, then return. We don't want to be going any further than that, else we're going to crash the game. So let's go ahead and just delete our save game, and that should be the last time we actually play around in this registry. Here we go, we start at level 1 and we have nothing else unlocked. Now when we complete level 1, we should go ahead and just unlock the last one. I mean the next one. So back inside our game manager, we should have some kind of victory function somewhere in here. Private void victory. So, private void victory, what is it going to do exactly? It is quite simple. It is going to take the current level so that we can find here, current level at this place. Actually, you know what? Let's do data helper.instance.current level. And that's the index. So +1, that's where we want to be actually changing our things. That's where we want to be unlocking the next bit. So int next level is equal to this. If next level is bigger or equal to data helper.instance.levels.count, that means we finished the game. So just just go ahead and just say congratulations, whatever, you finish a game. Buy a DLC, some kind of stuff like that. Game is finished. Probably wrote that wrong. And we are going to return. It's really important that we don't try to toggle on a bit that is not part of our bit array. So game is finished. If that's not the case, that means we need to really unlock the next level. So we do data helper.instance bit array, so the unlocked level at the index next level. I mean set at the index next level to true, like so. And once we're done actually setting that, we also must not forget to call the save. So data helper.instance.save. Cool. So our victories function looks theoretically okay. Now all we have to do is actually plug it in somewhere. So what I'll be doing is actually think like I'll be putting that on public. I am not sure. Let's actually put that on public. Why not? And call it from the game grid, because the game grid holds information on who exactly is alive. Where is our game grid? It is somewhere over here. Okay, so every time we delete, wait, let's actually make a boolean. That's what I'm thinking about. Private bool, or no, that's a bad idea, never mind. Let's actually look at where exactly do we delete enemies. So spawn enemy, delete enemy over here, right? So if we delete an enemy and there is no more enemy left to spawn, let's do if active enemies.count is now equal to 0. That means there's no more active enemy. There's no more active enemy on the board. And current level. So current level, where is that? I think that's stored in the game manager. Okay, so game manager.instance.current level. Is it like hidden? It is actually hidden. It's not hidden anymore. So public. Yeah, I'm getting tired. The current level dot enemies, so that's the enemies that you gotta be spawning, I assume. Yeah, it's the list of enemy spawn information. So that's the enemy that you gotta be spawning. If that dot count is also equal to 0, that means you spawn everybody and there's nobody left on the board. So having these two information in your hands, that means, okay, so you pretty much killed everybody and there's nobody else to spawn, so congratulations, you've won. Game manager dot instance victory. Cool, cool, cool. So now if we just go back, try to run this, complete the first level. The second level isn't unlocked right now. We are going to create stuff just here, why not? Now I'm wondering, is there like anyone spawning in the second lane? I think there is. So I might be... Oh no, we've got 5 lives, so I'm fine. Alright, that's the longest game in the world. Oh, wasn't that the last enemy? What? Okay, so our victory is not being called. Let's find out why. We pretty much destroyed the last enemy, not using the delete enemy function. I think we destroyed it because it just went overboard. And let's have a look at what happens when it goes overboard. There is this, like the whole lose a life thing. Where is it at? I can't remember. Oh, there, remove live. Alright, so remove live is not actually doing destroy. It's actually doing the destroy. Yeah, it is. We're gonna be using the same function as this. I think we can actually. So let's go here, where we say remove lives. We're going to say game grid, the instance, the delete enemy, this. And now that I think about it, it's going to fix a lot of bugs that we could have had in the future. I'm just going to spawn this. Oh, no, that's not going to work. Alright, spawn this here. Then we're just going to be waiting 30 seconds, so find something cool to do. Alright, let's actually test this out. So we destroyed the last enemy like that? Was that the last enemy? I think it was. Okay, so that kind of sucks. Let's put some debug.log inside of our delete enemy function. Destroy, maybe the count is equal to 0. Sure. We're going to debug.log the active enemy count. We're also going to debug.log this list.count. One after the other, so we know in which one it actually. Oh, it did work. So victory was called. We just didn't do anything about it. Like, I don't know why I forgot this crucial part. Once the game is finished, let's just go ahead and load the other scene. So scene manager, .load scene. We're loading the menu. Now, since we're getting like over 5 hours, we're gonna be over 5 hours for this live stream. I'm going to let you do like the scene transition stuff, because I will not be able to just do that. We still don't have a second type of enemy, so this level actually crashes. Let me just delete my save so I can try this once more, the final time. Go here. We didn't have the second level was not unlocked, so at the end of this one we should actually see victory. Well, we don't see it, but we should actually like have trigger the victory function, and then we go back to the main menu automatically, and there should be the second level unlock at that point. Okay, so on with the art. What kind of art do we want to put in there, and how fast do we want to do this? It's going to be fairly fast. Oh, by the way, here we go. That works. So what I was thinking about doing is simply creating a nice Photoshop sheet with everything that I need. So let me just boot up Photoshop. I'll make a, say, how many things do I need? Let's just actually count. So we need some kind of splash up here. That's going to take 2 space. Every single button, that would be another space, so that's 3 total. We need something for the lives, so that's 4. The pause button, that's 5. Every single tower, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 for the spade. And 12 for the actual gold amount. So we need at least 12. Now if we do 4 by 4, we get 16, that's fine. Let's go ahead and just create a new Photoshop file. 1024 by 1024. And we are going to split it. So I'm going to create a new empty layer like that. Take my measuring tool and actually measure 256 by 256. So I'm going to do it like that. Here we go. So 256 by 256, I paste a color in there. I don't know why I am on the grayscale, but I'll just change that. And the color, the background color is going to be this, right? Also create a new group in Photoshop. Those are my scale things. Okay, I've got this one. I am going to hit Ctrl J on the keyboard to duplicate. Ctrl T, then move it over this side, and I'll change the color of that so I can actually see it a little bit more light. That's too much. Okay, so like that. Then I will go ahead and just take these two, duplicate them, move them, and keep doing that until I have a nice grid over all my Photoshop sheet. Okay. So every single square is going to be a icon. Now, I did say that I needed a splash screen. I'll make it fairly simple. So I said I'd be using 2 of those to make a splash screen. That's what I'll do. Let's go ahead and put some text. This is cube vs spheres. Like that. Maybe scale it like so. Can we actually bend it a bit? I think we can, but I don't think that looks good when you do, so I don't know. I have no clue how to Photoshop. If you guys know how to Photoshop, let me know. I'd be willing to hear from you. Alright, that's this is where I put some random colors, and we just go on with our days. As far as the palette goes, I'm not quite sure what kind of color would be great, so I'll just go with my own palette for the company, which is some kind of bluish thing. So let's go ahead and do 3090 F0, and on this side I will go ahead and just do 003078. Okay, bump up the alpha. That looks awful. Reverse. Add some kind of outer glow. Still looks awful, but we're good. You get the point. So you make your own art, and I'm sure it's going to look way better than this. Here's mine. That's my splash screen. And let me just add a little icon so it doesn't look too bad. Just a cube. And a sphere. Yeah, that's good. So cube. And on this side, I will add a sphere. That is literally the best splash screen you have seen in a long time. Very well. Okay, so we got this out of the way. I bet it's going to look better somewhere else. Okay. Fine. Next thing we need to do is the level. So every single level is going to have some kind of icon on top of it. Now, where exactly is it going to be? It is going to be right here on top of every single button. And now we're writing the actual number on it, and I like that, so I'll be keeping the number. So I just gotta be thinking about the background only in this case. So I'll just go ahead and make this part of a group so I can stack it somewhere, create a new group, and this is going to be where I put my background. Okay, so I was thinking about something real simple, again a cube, maybe not this color, maybe some kind of other color, so I was thinking about 3090 F0, like so. Oh, you know what, this could actually look good on the other thing as well. While I'm here, I'm just going to do it. Put a stroke as well, maybe like a white stroke. I lied, this is still awful. But hey, I am trying. Okay, right, we forgot about this, this is over. Let's not go back. And this would be my icon, so a simple cube like that, maybe just duplicate it and make another cube out of it. Oops, small mistake. Sure, this will do the job. You get the idea. We're just making art. Next one. So we're going to have our splash screen here. Every single button is going to have that new texture we just made. We go inside of the level, the live. So as far as the live goes, I'm going to be really boring and I'll simply do spheres because it's getting a little bit late. Blue. I like blue. Cyan blue. And since those are alive, I can actually put a heart shape in there, and that is almost going to make sense. Very well. Those are our lives. Next thing we need to do is, let's check the pause button. Now the pause button is really simple again. I'll simply just duplicate this one guy over here, move it there. This is going to be my pause button, so basically change the opacity a bit, and I will turn this into two simple rectangle, like an actual pause icon, like so. And here we go. I don't actually need this. Okay. Next thing. Okay, so every single tower is going to be different. Now, as for this, what I was thinking of doing is, how exactly can I do this? You know what, I'm actually going to import something really quick. I'm going to go under Assets, Import Package, Custom Package, actually, nope. Assets, Import Package, Environment, is that it? No, FX. I'm trying to import something in the FX. And I'm going to look for the toon shading, because it always looks good on my really crappy art. So toon shading is over here, import. I'll go inside of the preloader, drop a tower in there, so here's one of those towers, and I'll modify the material on top of it, so it's actually toon, and basic outline, like so. So that's what I get now. If I bump up the, actually, you know what, lit, let's make this lit, lit outline. If I bump up the outline width a little bit, I get this kind of result, and I can also use what they give me, toon ramp, that's my toon ramp. And I don't have an actual texture on it, so I can't really do anything with that. That's fine. So right there, this is my texture. This is going to be just a screen cap of my tower, as bad as it might seem. There it is. Go back in Photoshop. There's going to be a little bit mess here and there, but don't worry too much about it. This is only because we are in a rush. Now, if you want your art to look good, you're going to be taking more time, of course, to make it. That's the tower number 1, and I will not bother about taking all the other in the pictures. I'll simply just start duplicating and changing the color afterward. So we got a total of 5 towers. That is every single one of them that I'm stacking one next to the other, like so. Oh, I'm still in the same folder as this. Okay. Let me make another folder only for the towers. So here it is. Gonna put everything in there, and okay, so first tower, where is it at exactly? It is this thing here. This one has the right color. Now the second tower, this one here, which color are we using exactly with the second tower? Some kind of yellow like that. So I won't bother too much. I'll just go up here under image, adjustment, hue and saturation, colorize, find myself a nice yellow, and that is going to be it. So that's for the second tower. Third one is using a red, fourth one a purple, and the last one a blue. So red, purple, blue. Image, adjustment, red, colorize. Then let's go for this one, that's a purple. Image, adjustment, And we need a purple, so this looks great ish. And finally the last one is a blue one. So if you excuse me, I have to take that call. I'll be right back in maybe 2 minutes. Oh, sorry about this, we're back. So adjustment, you colorize, and we're colorizing into a blue. I said blue, right? Here we go. So this is what, oh wait, I'm actually not doing this on the right one, my bad. Image adjustment and bluish. Okay, do we have everything we need now? I don't think so. I think we're missing the spade, so the kind of remove button, and also the gold thing here that we can put. As far, I'm saying spade, but it doesn't have to be a spade. We could actually be putting some kind of delete button, or what does that delete button look like actually? See, I don't even know that, so I will just simply use a custom shape and put a shape in there. So we could be using this. We are going to be using this, okay. And maybe a red one. And that's our big delete button. Big bad delete button. And finally, next to that is the gold. So as far as the gold goes, we can be making some kind of coin. So custom shape. Or maybe this. Oh, gotta be creating a layer first. Now, just try to make this look as good as you can. I pretty much suck at that, so sorry about my non-professionalism on how to make stuff look good in Photoshop. This is usually not what I do with my days. Alright, the best. This is the best looking. Great. Stroke, why not? Money. Finally, we probably need something else. This can't be it. It has to be more than that. Actually, I think it's fine. Okay, so we get everything we see here. If we forget about those panels, like those actual like transparent panel in the back, we have pretty much all we need. So here is what we're going to do. We're going to actually take this, save as, we're saving as a PNG, and we're saving it somewhere inside of our project folder. So this is mine, cube versus sphere, asset, artwork, and we can just save it here as the UI atlas. We're saving this as a PNG, so if you guys go back inside of your Unity folder, or I mean project, this is what you get. So here is the image we just made as a PNG. It is 1024 by 1024. You're going to go here under texture type, choose sprite 2D and UI. Sprite mode is multiple. Then you open this up in the sprite editor. Hit apply if you have to. And now this is where we actually do the work. And before we do any of that work, I forgot the most important thing. We need to turn off the background. So we actually have some alpha going on. And now we can go ahead and just save this again under UI Atlas. Alright, back inside of Unity. This is what we have. The image got updated right away. We go up here under Slice. We choose Grid by Cell Size. We know that every cell size is 256 by 256, so we go ahead and just implement or input the data here, hit slice, and it just made us all of these nice slices. Now the only problem is that our actual splash screen is not like that. It's not supposed to be like that. It's actually two of those at the same time. So what we're going to do is remove the second one like so, hitting delete, and the position is going to stay here, but the width is going to be now 512. Like so. Once we're done, we hit apply up here, and we're pretty much ready to actually start putting this everywhere. So under our preloader, we don't have anything to change. Under our menu, if we take a look back, a step back, that's our canvas. Our canvas, we need a new UI image. And let's actually change the image for this, our super nice splash screen that we can now modify and change as much as we want. So I'm just going to put this in a proper scale, then center it at the top. And that is pretty much the prettiest thing I've ever done. So cool. And I'm just joking. Okay, so press play. Let's have a look at this. This is how it looks. So we might want to be actually going in the menu, take our level selection container and actually scale it down just a little bit. So we'd like to have the position here, or is it under the selection panel? Well, I'm not sure. So let me just go back inside of the game and actually look at what I need to fix. Okay, now obviously there's a problem with that, but don't worry too much about it. The level container has to be smaller. It has to start from somewhere else actually. So how do I do this? I can actually just rescale this level selection panel. Is this going to work? Okay, so why is the UI acting this way? Just gonna try out stuff and put this on minimum size. Now I have to change back to preloader every time because it takes its data from the actual data helper which is inside of the preloader. That's why I gotta be swapping every time, and I can't just boot the menu scene because that's going to crash. So let's have a look here. Image, that's not going to work. Position X, where is this exactly? Where is my level selection panel? And I'll choose my button up here, remove the preferred width, I don't need that anymore. And since we're here, we are simply going to drag some buttons inside of the level selection container so we can have a look and actually play around with this. Okay, so level selection container, I'll just bump this down a little bit, so maybe minus 100. Doesn't need anything else, I don't think so. I want to add some kind of offset here, but at the same time I don't, because then I'll need a mask. Okay, so let's just bump it down like this, like that, that's fine. It is of width stretch, and it is of height 100. Okay. Right, so once we do have this corrected, we are going to choose our button, take this thing, choose the text on it. The text is going to be white, why not? And then we can just go back on this button, hit apply, and hopefully everything looks great now and we don't have any sizing problem like we used to. Here we go, we actually get something nice. If I put this down like that, is it going to look bad? It is, okay, because the minimum size has to be always 155. So we get some kind of issue if we start the game and it's small like that, which is something that really can't happen because the device is not that small in the first place. So I'm just wondering how is this going to look on my device, and we'll have like a moment to check this out, and maybe like 30 minutes when we're almost done. But let's keep implementing art. So we got this screen is fine. We might need a background, and I'll create it in a moment if we need one. The current level and the current level. Okay, so in the current level, every single of these lives are going to be replaced by the little heart shape. we've got this heart shape. We can now duplicate this 5 times, and this is how it looks. So it's not too bad. It's not too cool either, but hey, we're getting there. We can also modify the height a little bit of this panel. Maybe give it a offset on the x-axis so it's not stuck to the thing. I actually don't dislike that, and you can play with the panel as well. So if you want to have full opacity, here it is. If you don't want to have any opacity at all, you can use that. I'll just go for something like this, like something really, really small. Okay, that's the lives container. Now, as far as the game status UI, that's the panel in the back. I'll just bump its alpha all the way up, like so. Now, next thing is the pause button, so the pause panel. I'm going to remove the first image, so this one, and I'll be putting the pause button here. It has some alpha on it, so it's actually not going to take the whole, well, pixel. We can actually see behind it. We can see through it, actually. That's what I meant. So if you have some objects going around behind this, it's actually going to be visible. Right. So we've got this. The text is obviously really ugly. We can change our font in a moment. Let's go down here in the tower container. The tower panel, same thing. I'll just put its opacity to the very max. So something like that. And now as far as the first tower goes, you know what? I'm actually going to remove the panel I have on top of that. It's really hard to see now that I have full opacity, but I'm going to remove the panel we had just around the towers. First button is made out of this, and we might have some scaling issues. I don't know if you can tell. What is that? Okay, so it does a force expand. Let's not do that. Let's remove the force child expand and actually add a layout element to those, minimum width and minimum height of say 75 by 75. Cool. Now the next one is the yellow. The one after that is the red. One after that is the purple, and finally the blue one. Okay, so that's what we get. This one has some weird scaling because we told him to. Let's remove the layout element. We don't actually need it. And as far as the text is concerned, do we need to actually move this? We might actually want to move this like a little bit below. So maybe move the image up. And how exactly shall we move the image up is what I'm wondering right now. Or you know what, the price could be just a little bit to the right like that. This could actually look good. Let's do that. I like that. Cool. So the price is going to be a little bit towards the right. Can I simply copy this over? Or is it not going to let me? It is not going to let me, so I'll just need to input these value manually. So 35 left, minus 7 in Y, 35 left, minus 7 in Y, and there's also the right, I think, that I need to change for minus 34 or 35. It's going to be easier. Cool. So we just move this over like so. What did I say? I said 35, 7 minus 35. Oh, minus 7. Here we go. And we keep going like that until we have pretty much everything we want. Good times. Now the only thing I'm actually curious about is how is this going to look when it is not interactable. So let's just keep going and we'll see that in a moment. So how it looks. We have the delete button over here. This delete button is going to be changed for this sign. We can be putting this back on white, so it's actually using the same color we had in the first place. And let's make this proper size, like so. Now don't forget that there is an actual button behind this, so if you move its position, it's actually going to move the button's position as well. So gotta be careful with that, because I think it overlaps a little bit on the other side right now. And to fix this, I'll simply make it bigger. So where is it at? It is on this very layer here. I'll just make sure it assumes pretty much the whole square. Then I can save this, save as, and that's the cool part, is you can just overwrite it and you're gonna keep the data. So here we go. Oh, forgot to remove the scale thing. So here we go, UI Atlas, press OK. And here we go. So now we can actually change the size for about 60 by 60. We have the little delete button just hanging out here. And as far as the gold container goes, this one needs a lot of change. I think it's fairly bad looking. In fact, what I was feeling like doing is actually throwing it away and actually putting it up here where the current level is. So I'll take this whole thing, delete it. Well, actually, I put it in my clipboard. Then I delete it, go over to the game status UI, and paste. It's not letting me, so I will simply drag and drop it here. Okay. So that's also going to give me more space for this delete button that I might actually just move towards this side. And of course, if we want to put an additional tower, we have some more space for that now. So 80, 80, width of, not width, but position X of -50. And then we can go ahead and just start putting the gold container back up. Where is it at exactly? It's down here, so I'll just put the position X, 0, 0, everything is on 0. Anchor it bottom right, or bottom left, like so, and that is what we get. So that's my gold container. Let's make the width a little bit bigger, like so, and let's also make the height smaller. So this way we can actually say, well, that's the gold text over here. The gold image can be anchored on the left with maybe a small padding of 25, 0 here, and that's it really. Cool. Now gold image is actually going to take the image we've made. Here it is. It's our little coin symbol. With that in mind, we could actually bump its height up to maybe 80 by 80. And next to it, there is the gold text, which we can just manually move like that. And we gotta be finding which color is going to be the panel in the back, because it's looking fairly bad right now. Remove the best fit on that, and I'll just be bumping the scale up. Cool. Here we go. Now, I wonder if we actually lost reference to those. Yeah, so the gold amount text under Game Manager has been lost, so let's make sure we actually put it back here. And here we go. So our game looks a little bit better. It's still really looking bad and awful, but hey, that is not a big problem. Actually, it is a big problem. What are we going to do with this? We need to have an actual background. And what else do we need? We need those panels up there to actually look in a different manner. It looks bad right now, but we need to make it look better. And let's also remove this debug.log. I'm not sure where it is from. Oh, it's from here. We don't need it anymore. Let's go ahead and make some panels. And you know what? I'll only make one panel and make it fit on the boat. Up and down. And my panel, I will make it in this thing because we've got 4 nice spaces we can use. So let's make a new group. Let's make a new layer. Here it is. Okay, now we're gonna be finding which color actually makes sense. So we have a lot of blue, and I think we need more blue. Or is that a bad idea? I'm not quite sure yet. I'm actually gonna go for more blue. So this color here, let's go with dark blue, and at the very end of it I will just add a nice little sweet cyan. So my 3090 F0. Cool. And now how do we style this? I'm not quite good at styling this kind of thing, so I'll just put a outer glow because that's all I know how to do right now. With a white glow. Expand it on both sides. Good times. Put it beneath that. And I am going to randomly just take a brush, that kind of brush, and make some shapes here with a really pale white. I mean pale blue. There's no such thing as a pale white. That's literally the best UI I could think of. I'm sorry about that if you're mad or something. Oh, that's quite heavy on the process. So let me just undo that if I can. They're not going to let me undo that. It's gonna give me some time to actually think about this UI and what I can do to make it look better, but right now I have literally no idea because I'm really not an artist. I'd like to add some not regular shapes in there, but I'm still not sure how I'll be doing that. As soon as this finishes, I'll just quickly reduce the opacity of this thing and I'll leave it like that, I think. Now, how long is this going to take? Can we actually go back to coding? Okay, so let's have a look at our game right now. The menu is fine if we forget the thing where this is broken when the screen is too small. The UI is going to look fine except the text up here. I don't like the text. We need to have an actual font. Now, I'm no good font maker. I know there's some royalty font out there that we can use that you can also buy. So if we head over to 1001 font, we can actually find a nice font for our game. No, let's type in game. Why not? Or here in the search. Okay, let's just go ahead with a really simple one, the joystick font. So I'll be downloading that. Hopefully it's no virus. It is probably not virus. I have my joystick font, and you know when you actually download the font and extract it, this is what you get. You get a point TTF, which is a true font type. This is actually what Unity uses because it's really easy and good times. So I'm going to go right here, drag and drop this inside of my project, and just by drag and dropping this inside of my project, then I get to actually use it wherever I like. So see here on the menu what we have the button, the level button. If we take our level button and we just put it inside of the level selection container, here it is. Now inside of that there is a text component that's using the Arial font. Let's change that for the actual joystick font that we just downloaded. Now it looks a little bit bad to be honest, and what if I type in 1? Okay, so it has a small offset. That's fine, all we have to do is bump it back up, hit apply. Then we can go back to actually playing our game. Is my Photoshop done doing things? It is not. Okay, fine. So here we go. We get this font. Now inside of our game we need to change pretty much everything here, so that's what we're gonna be doing. Game, especially this current level thing is really not good looking, so I'll just first change the font for my joystick font. Make sure that it is on actually best fit. I'll make it go on best fit, center my text, reduce the height so we have only one line. And I think the maximum font we can use is like, well, we're gonna be saying some kind of maximum, so Happy Days is one of the levels. Move this here, make the width a little bit smaller. And here we go. So something of the sort. I'm just testing stuff out, basically. Happy Days. And as soon as we have our proper background, I'm sure we can make this look good somehow. And also change the gold container. There is the gold text. The gold text is also using Arial. It is now using this font instead. So it's looking a little bit better, and I think I can actually move this towards the left. Make this 70 by 70 instead. And it's slowly starting to take shape, so that's good, that's good. Actually, the lives are looking really bad, but hey, we'll make it. And I was thinking about actually expanding this with the new UI, so I'll just make this expand like so. And I'll move the lives container towards this side, like so. Cool, now if we go down here on the lives container, that's fine. If we go down here to the tower panel, on the tower panel, we've got all of these little fonts just laying around here, so change that for joystick font, but now they need to have a different height. So maybe 50 is going to do the job in this case, so 50 does the job. Also feel like changing the color because we'll have a new color soon. And let's see. So that's what we need to be doing on every single of those. So change this, the height is now 50. We have a different font. And here we go. We just keep doing that, and hopefully Photoshop is going to be done soon because I really don't want to have to force kill it, and I think I will have to do that. So that's kind of annoying. Alright, bear with me, we are almost done. Alright, okay, this looks actually good. Please, Photoshop, now is the moment. I should have never done that. Okay, so we need a background. What kind of background could we be using in this case? I'd like to have something that moves really slowly, like some kind of scrolling texture that just moves, some kind of cloud texture that could move. That would be great, actually. So can I boot another Photoshop instance? I think I can. Nope, I can't. So I'll just kill this one. This one is taking way too long. So deleting my Photoshop. Yep, kill it. Don't care. Creating a new one. Alright, so we can just redo the thing really quickly. I'll go ahead and just make a new layer. Put the colors I had prior to this, which are... I had a really dark blue. It was the 001860. And I also had a really cyan-ish blue, and that was just move it over here so you can see the 3090 F0. I've got this written on a sheet next to my computer. That is why I know them by heart. I don't know them by heart. Here we go. Put a nice little glow, just expand it on both sides so the glow doesn't actually end. Good times, yes, accept. And this is where I actually do something now, and that won't crash my Photoshop, hopefully. Just in a moment, okay. Okay, so what I was trying to do a little bit earlier when the really bad stuff happened is I just want to take a brush, any kind of brush. Just make it a little bit bigger, like so. Have a really, like a white. Basically just have white. And just do some random lines here, 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 and there. Now this looks really bad, and of course you don't want this in your game, so you want to be taking the blur tool, make this bigger, but don't make it as big so it's going to crash your thing. And now just try blurring stuff out. Am I stuck in loop right now? I don't think I am. Okay, I'm not. We're going to be taking the smudge tool. But don't take a smudge tool that pretty much, you know, that is 3000 pixel by 3000 pixel, else you're not going to get out of this. And that's pretty much what I do when I really have no clue what I'm doing. So no, I don't know what I'm doing. Right. Once I've got this, I just bump down the opacity until it gives me some kind of like black texture like so, and that just does the job usually. Now I'm down at 2 in opacity, maybe 4. And that gives some kind of like something. It actually gives some kind of variation. That's all I'm looking for, to be honest. Now I'm going to remove the scale thing in the back. Save this as a PNG. We are going to go back inside our Unity in a moment. So save that under PNG, go back to my actual folder, which is Cube versus Sphere, Assets, Artwork, UI Atlas. Click OK. I'm running out of voice. I've never actually talked like that before. Or like this all the time, I mean. And go under Artwork, UI Atlas, Sprite Editor, and then we need to add a new sprite. You don't actually need to do the whole slicing again. All you can do is click here and hold. And you can actually bump this up if you wish by 256. And here you go. So you have the whole page covered now, and you're actually using your texture efficiently like an actual game designer, or I mean game producer. So if we go to the game, I am going to take these things, these panel up here, so the game status UI, change that for this. And I need to find a way to actually swap the side of that. So how exactly am I going to swap? First, let's go back in the tower panel, change it first. So UI Atlas, here it is. Can I actually bump the height without breaking everything? Okay, so I will bump the height a little bit like so. I'll have to move this thing, the delete button, down. That's fine. Okay, so now that is the struggle that I need to face. So this thing over here needs to be on the other side. Can I just swap the height like that? I can't. Okay. Pivot point, rotation. There's the rotation thing. Don't necessarily want to use it. So what I'll do is actually duplicate this thing. That's the background. That's the top background. Remove everything that is inside of it. I don't need any of those. And I'll just put it here. So top background goes first, and then the game UI. The game status UI is not going to have an image, but the top background is the actual image. So now that this is done, I can actually rotate this in Z. Wonderful. So 180 degree in Z. And just bring it back down like so. Now the scaling can change, of course, so we get this kind of result. Happy days. And it's actually looking great. I'm having tons of fun right now. We go on the pause panel. This one actually needs some kind of new color because it is... I did not expect it to be blue in the first place. I am going to go ahead and just find my pause button. Here it is. So these two rectangles, going to merge them together. They are going to be white now. So some kind of bright white like that. Then I'll just bump down the opacity to say 50%. That sounds good. Good times. Save, save as. We're saving as UI Atlas. And there we go. So this is what we get. It's actually looking fairly better than it used to. Press play. Level 1. This is our game. And now this is the crucial part. What are we going to do with the actual background? What are we actually going to do with the lighting? The lighting is fine. We can just put some lights in there. I don't know if it actually looks great or not. If we put lights, let's try. I put the game in pause. We go under game object, lights, directional lights. That could do the job. I'm also thinking about putting some more toon shading. I think that's what we need. We need toon shader on everything. So this one has it. This one doesn't. Toon, basic outline, or let's use actually lit outline so we don't even have to put lighting. So lit outline, toon, lit outline, toon, lit outline, and under enemy, same thing on the enemy, toon on lit outline. Cool, so we should already have something looking fairly better. Almost. So what's happening with that? Why is it not? Okay, so lit outline, so I actually need to lit it. Okay, my bad, I read that wrong. We're gonna go inside of the game scene, have a directional light, just simply create a directional light anywhere, and I'll move it at the origin. Okay. Now with this, we should actually have some proper color. Good. Same thing goes for the enemies, so we can actually see the enemy. Now, what should we be doing exactly with the floor? That is a very good question that I don't know how to answer just yet. And also remember that when the game is playing, it looks like that, so we don't actually see the rays. And that's a problem, because we actually need some kind of tiling somewhere. So I don't know if you guys can see it, but right now my cube has a weird offset. We're not spawning at the right place, as you can tell. It's right there. We should be up here instead. So we can go fix this problem that was probably there like a while ago that I just didn't bother about. It's probably under the game grid, I assume. So game grid. Do we have a spawn tower somewhere? I think we do. Okay, maybe under the game manager. So tower. Oh, select tower. Okay, so it is on this one over here. Spawn tower. Here it is. So we spawn this at go to transform the position. All of these nice offset. Let's add a new one because we didn't have enough. Vector3.up times 0.5f. Alright. We go here, we press on play, boot the game, try to place something, and now we have actual proper placement of this thing. Okay. What is the next step we could be taking now to make this good? Oh, yeah, we actually need something on the floor so we can see which lane are people on. So I don't necessarily want to start creating 3D models. What I was thinking actually is having a grid on the floor. We already have a plane. If you guys remember, we have a plane that is actually intercepting our raycast on the game grid. This thing here. If we just enable the mesh and try dropping material on it so we have a feel of what this is actually going to look. Yeah, we can't really do that. We need a proper texture for that, so I am going to create a new one. Let's make this a fairly small one. You know what? 256 by 256. Okay, so we basically have a grid that is taking only half of a square thingy. I don't know how to explain this. This is our grid. Basically, it's only this blue part. Now we're gonna be able to fit 10 lanes on that, and yeah, we're gonna be able to fit 10 lanes on that in width and 5 lane in height. We don't have much space to play with, I just realized, but I think we're gonna be doing it anyway, so we don't actually need all of this thing, so I'll just be cropping it like so. And now how exactly are we going to split this? We got 256, so 256 divided by 10 is 25.6, of course. Can we split that every 25? Is that going to work? We can try. And in terms of width, we've got 5 lanes, so that's also 25. Oh, that's cool. And it also makes sense. Okay, so by 25 by 25 is going to be a single tile. Let's try that. And I'm simply going to do the same exact pattern that we've did on the scale thingy. So this kind of pattern. Right, so copy this over. Like so. I'll choose all of them at the same time. Copy them. We should now have 8. We need 2 more. Oh, and we get some kind of problem here, but we're going to be able to fix these problems quite easily, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Let's just do it first. Okay, so we only need 10 of those, right? 10 in X, that's good. Now, let's put that in another group and duplicate the whole group. So Control J. And we actually need to swap this. I think I can just do a flip horizontal. Yep, so flip horizontal on those while I am in the free transform mode. Like so, with a right click, of course. And we can also duplicate these 2 again. Good times. Now we're going to duplicate this one. Move it down. Okay. Now with all of these selected at the very same time, I'm going to hit Control T for free transform and just scale it like that. And we know this is actually going to work. So save as. We are saving as another file. This is going to be the grid floor. Why not? And it's going to be the texture for this very grid. Now we go under artwork, we create a new material. This is the grid floor material. It is going to take this albedo texture that we just made. We drag it here, and that's our grid. Good times. What else do we need to put on it? I think we can be putting it in lit outline, like so. And that's pretty much it. Cool. Now, if you want to add some nice smiley face in there, just that's the best time to do it. I'll just go ahead and represent my province. Why not? Super proud. Put this in the center. Yep. Why not? Okay. Save under grid floor. Good. Oh no, it's the other way around. Okay. Fine. So one last thing we need is an actual background to this, and an actual background to that. I think we're going to be using the same background. This is getting a little bit too late. Okay. Fine. As far as the background goes, I think you can just generate clouds on Photoshop, if I am correct. Let's try to do that. So 256 by 256. Filter, other... Nope, that's not it. Render clouds. Okay, so I'm rendering some clouds using the 2 colors I've got selected up here. And I think those are seamless. Now I'm going to try and look if they are seamless. So other offset by 128 by 128. Okay, so they are seamless, which means I can actually put them one next to each other and it's actually going to look super smooth all the time, which is great because we're going to be saving this as clouds. Why not? Now, having these clouds, I can actually make a menu out of that. So we have my canvas over here. This canvas has the level selection panel, of course. We're going to be removing this panel. We don't need it anymore. Instead, we are going to just take a image, put my cloud on it, so this cloud, and make this image stretch like so. Okay, obviously something is not right with that, but actually it's looking great. So that's the background. I told you that I'd like this to be actually moving, so that's what we'll do in a moment. So how exactly shall we animate this thing? We could be scrolling the UVs actually, but since this is a image, I don't feel like it's going to be that easy to actually just scroll the UVs. We'd have to be having our own material for that. So how exactly shall we do this? Thinking out loud. Well, I could make this very simple and just have this background rolling like that, and have another one on top of it, which would barely would be about here, and we just scroll it this way. Or you know what? I don't even need. We can just put them one next to each other like so, and just have them scroll over like that. So it looks like this. Yep, I think that's actually going to be it. Now, once we get to that point, we either take this background, we put it back there, and we keep on scrolling, or we might actually use a sin value. Use the matf.sin to actually go from left to right, then left to right again. I'm going to try that, and we can have a look at how this actually turns out. So I'll put this at minus the size of the screen. In this case, that is 320. And I'm basing myself on the actual reference resolution up here. So that's the background 1, that's the background number 2. We should actually have a container for both of those. So I'll name this 2, I'll name this 1, and I'll do UI canvas. Oh, not input field. UI canvas. And there we go. Okay, so 320. Oh, minus 320. And minus 320 here as well. That's not working. What is wrong? Okay, something like that. Anyway. Does this look fine? It does. Okay, so I'm just going to take this canvas here. This is going to be my background. And it's going to have some kind of start position. Now I'm not quite sure where exactly I'm going to let it start. Still having problem with the resolution, so I might have to fix that first. Alright, that's annoying. Okay, you know what? Let's just put that back on 0. Start over again. We've got this. I just want to move it on this side. And it says... Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. I'm actually looking at 960 divided by 2, which is 480. So minus 480 up here. And 480 on the right. Now I can duplicate this over. This is 2. This goes in 480. And minus 480. Okay, so good. We're back. We have something that works. Now this background is going to have a new script on it called sin move. And all it's going to do is take its own rec transform. We're going to be coding this in like a second. We need a rec transform, so private actually rec transform this transform. In the start, we'll do this transform, is equal to get component rec transform, like so. We can remove this line, by the way. Make this a private void because we like to do it clean. And now, as far as the update is concerned, all we're gonna be saying is this transform dot anchored position is equal to new vector 2 matf dot sin time and 0. Oops, like that. Then comma 0. And then we need to multiply this sin by the actual size of the screen. In our case, we just said that it was 480, I think. So let's just do 480 here. Alright, I'm gonna go back in the preloader scene and hopefully it's going to look great. And this actually works, and I like that. Okay, cool. And if you don't like this, then you can go ahead and just make sure that every plane actually comes back after they're out of the screen. But I'm actually liking that quite a lot. So I will go over to the menu, take this, that's my background, go over to my game, paste it down here, right about there. And now what is wrong with my actual grid? Where's my grid at? Oh, my grid is in 3D, so I can't just be doing that here, and that's fine. We're gonna need a skybox instead, so let's do window, lighting. Do I have a skybox I can use? I probably don't. Good times, good times, good times. Okay, we're gonna have to create our own skybox. Or create a mesh that actually does that. So what we could do, if we want to be really lazy, is right click somewhere, create a new canvas, but this canvas would be a world space canvas, and now we can paste the background inside of that world space canvas and actually move it somewhere. So I'm not quite sure why. Maybe here, rotation of 90 degrees, put it down there, and here we go. That's basically it. We could be doing that, and it pretty much acts the same exact way as it acts inside of the menu scene. Oh, I think this one is actually blocking the raycast, so it's not going to help us too much. Okay, so we turn it off just for now. We go see inside of that scene. That's the kind of result we get. It's obviously a little bit too big. So let's start by fixing the problem we have in the menu where our raycasts are blocked by this actual thing and I can't click. So blocking object, I think over here, so the graphic raycaster, which is on top of the background right now, this thing, we are going to remove it. I think we're allowed to actually just remove it, but I'm just going to uncheck it. Hopefully this does not cause any problem. And here we go, so it pretty much fixed that. We can go now in the game, scale this down by quite a lot because we're actually looking at 0, 0, 0. Since this one is in 3D, it's a little bit different. Alright, let's have a look now. Over here, if we scale it up, where is our thing? Where is our actual... Okay, so I get it. We basically have to leave a scale on the 1 and change the width to say 100. 50, where is it at? Okay, they have their own values, so we're going to be bringing that in. It's a little bit complicated for nothing, to be honest. Okay, so let's look at what size exactly we are looking for this thing. We'd like it to be about here. We can move it forward as well, like so. So we might have the width on, say, about 30 and the height on 25. Cool. Once that is done, we can now go back here, say that the left is going to be minus 25 and the right is going to be 25. Or that's not going to work, is it? It's not. Just play with the value a bit until we figure this out. Oh, 15, I guess. So 15 here, minus 15 on right. Same thing on the other side. So minus 15 on left and 15 on right. Okay. Cool. So I think we just figured out this thing. If we press play, we go inside of the game. Where is... Oh, it's still using the same... It's still using the old scaling, so 480 in this case. We can actually make this public. So public float size is equal to 480. And if you have a look at this now, it's going to work in the menu, but as far as the game is concerned, it is not going to work here. We need to change the sin move of the background to 30, I believe. It's not 330. Alright, so let's start over again. And I just realized that there is one mechanic that we haven't done, and I think my Unity just crashed actually. Yep, it just did, so I need to kill it really quickly. Alright, that's bad. It's having some graphical issues. Good times. Pretty much just not know how to render things anymore, so I'll just go ahead and close this Photoshop. Don't actually need to save this, do I? Yes, I do. Alright, it's not dead yet, so we're gonna be killing it, and here we go. So back in Unity, we go to game scene, and so what's wrong here? We definitely have a problem with the skybox. I think that's what caused the crash. So I'll put it back on none, and we can now change our resolution back. Here it is. We go under where is our thing? Oh, the canvas background is here. Right. And we're pretty much good. Alright, so let's boot this, have a final look at how this actually works. And it's almost fine. Okay, so first, this goes too fast, and it also has this problem where it needs an offset. So here, let's do public float and z offset. Maybe give it a z offset of like 5, nothing too big, or maybe even 2.5. So minus z offset, or it's an actual y offset. I'm getting confused, sorry about that. So y offset goes here. Now if we go in the game here, then we reduce the actual size of this by 15. It should not be 30, it should actually be half of the size, so 15. Press play, and here we go. Right, this makes a little bit more sense. We span our towers, and we still get this error because we're in the perspective here, and we weren't in the perspective before. So we can also reduce the speed again by about 10. You know what? 7.5 sounds great. Okay, and there is one mechanic that we haven't done that I just figured that would be, you know, pretty much just necessary for this type of game. And it is the mechanic where there is some stuff that falls off the sky, like actually produce some gold, and you click on it, then you get it. So we're going to do this fairly quickly. It is going to be under the script called game grid. So under game grid, I will go ahead and just create some kind of timer. I will do a private, let me zoom on that. I will do a private float, last drop time, and also a private float drop cooldown. We are also going to declare a public game object called drop prefab. Okay, this we don't need anymore. The draw debug, we are going to leave it there, but we won't see it in the actual build. Now up here, we are going to say if time.time minus last drop time is bigger than the drop cooldown, which by the way we should set right away on something like 10 or 5 or 7.5 when I can't decide to just cut it in half. Then we go ahead and just say last drop time is equal to time.time, and we actually do our drops. So instantiate a new prefab, the drop prefab actually, as a game object. Keep this value in memory somewhere, so game object go is equal to this. And then we need to move it. Where exactly could we move it? We should be taking a random tile and just dropping it there, so I am thinking about doing go, the transformed position, is going to equal, and it is going to equal, I'm thinking about vector3.right times random.range in between 0 and the amount of tile in x plus 0.5. So that's in x. Now as far as the y goes, we're going to leave it on 0 for now, and we'll do some kind of special mechanic after that. I'll show you. So zeros, we don't need a 0. We'll do vector3 dot forward times random dot range in between 0 and the amount of tile in y. So amount tile in y. Cool. So this sounds actually really fun. Think we should be good to go now. So we spawn this object, and then it's just going to do its own thing. We spawn this object somewhere on the grid. Be applied in between a float. Oh, this is a float. Yeah, right. So vector3 at forward, blah blah blah, plus this, plus 0.5f. This doesn't really make any sense. Vector3 dot right plus vector3 dot forward times 0.5. I'm getting really tired. Sorry guys about that. Cool. Okay. So every 10 seconds there should be a instantiated object that drops from the sky. Now of course we haven't set this thing, so we get a null reference somewhere. The thing you want to instantiate is null, and that is totally normal. It is because it doesn't exist just yet. We need to do something with the drop prefab. So the drop prefab is somewhere here in the game. So where is the game? Over here. Game grid. It has a drop prefab. Now, what exactly is going to be our drop prefab? I'm thinking about a game object, a sphere. Should we be using a sphere? Yep, I'm going to be using a sphere. And it's going to have its own color, so I'll create a new material for that. So create material, drop, apply it to the sphere. It is going to be of color super yellow like that, with the toon shader on it, a toon basic outline like so. Maybe a little bit smaller, so 0.75. We keep the collider this time, and we'll be using it for Raycast, that's why. So we keep the collider, we also increase the width, so we get this kind of result. And since I'm here, I'm just going to have fun and add a light to it. So there's going to be a light inside of that thing. It's going to be a point light, generating a lot of light, so a lot of intensity in a really small range, like so. Something like that. And yeah, so that is going to be pretty much it for this one. It is going to be a script as well, so there's going to be another component called drop object that we are going to create in a moment. Let's also make sure it has another layer. So we have the layer right here, default. We're going to add a new layer, call this drop object. Now this thing has the drop object on it. Okay, we can actually save it somewhere. So drop object, we drag and drop this inside of the prefab folder, which is going to give us this thing. And we are pretty much done with that. Okay, so we go under the game grid, we drag and drop our drop object here. And we should now be able to spawn this pretty much anywhere if I am correct. Let's go under preloader, wait about 10 seconds in a level, and it should actually be somewhere in the map. Here it is, okay. So now all we really need to do at this point is, I like to give it an actual offset first, so I'll just go up here and do another plus. So plus vector 3 dot up times 0.5, so we can actually have it on the floor. But under the drop object, I want to do the same exact effect they have in the game, so it actually falls from the sky. So when this object is created, it is actually going to save the position it's at right now. So private vector 3 and a position, and I'm going to call this end position because I'll be moving it upward. So private void start will do end position is equal to transform that position. This is where we actually place it. This is where the big line we just did goes. So this thing. Now in the update, we're going to be doing some kind of translation. So private float translation or translation. We will simply do transform dot position is equal to a vector 3 lerp. So we're going to lerp in between the end position plus vector 3 dot up times about say 5, and the second lerp parameter is going to be the end position, and then the last one the translation float. Now drop duration, so private float drop duration, it's going to take say 3 seconds for the ball to reach the floor. So we're going to go down here and say translation is plus equal to time dot delta time times 1 minus drop duration. Does that make any sense? Oh, 1 divided by drop duration. That actually does make sense. Great. Let's have a look at this in the game. So we're going to be waiting 10 seconds. Here it is. It falls from the sky and it just lands here. Now the goal is for me to be able to click this and actually get some gold. And the way we're going to be doing this is at the same exact place where we select the tower. So I'm thinking over here, if when we do a if input get mouse button, we cast a raycast over here. We use this raycast, but it sends a ray actually to the game grid, which is fine. But prior to that, we are actually going to do another raycast. So if we send the raycast towards a thing, so towards a drop object first, if raycast send this through, okay, so that makes sense. Then we do our logic in there. If we do not hit an actual ball, like a glowing ball with this, then we're going to do the other raycast and then the usual logic would just happen, right? But if we do hit something, we want to be able to block the rest of that. We don't want anything else to actually happen if we do hit a ball. And if we do, we're simply going to say, well, you've hit one of those, so just go ahead and just destroy it. So destroy it.gameObject. Or hit.transform.gameObject, and also GameManager.instance gold plus equal, say 10, and then GameManager.instance update gold text like so. Alright, so this way it should actually be working right away. So I click on here. We wait up a little bit. Okay, so we got 0 gold. I'm going to press this, deletes it, and we get 10 gold back. Okay. So I think we're pretty much done in terms of this gameplay thing. I think we just saw a bug too, but I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look at it again. And okay, cool. I'm not quite sure what to think anymore, so I'll just play this. Delete works still. Now obviously my game design is really bad, and it's not going to be the easiest game in the world, but I think you can actually work something out with what we have. So you have a nice sheet you can actually use to design your games, and here is a issue that we need to fix right away. So if it crashes, we need to fix it. It says index out of range. We're spawning an enemy. Okay, so yeah, that's because we don't have a second enemy. In this case, we are going to make one that is going to be fairly the same exact thing, so you get the idea of how to do it. So we're going to go over here, enemy. I am going to just drag and drop any enemy somewhere, and actually change the name for enemy2. Now we're going to remove this script. We're going to also change the material, so we're going to be using enemy2 material that we need to create. So material enemy2 using a toon basic outline. Is it basic outline? It is actually lit outline. So go back here, toon lit outline, and the second enemy is going to be of color bright red. So we have like the not so red, and we have the bright red, which is more dangerous. It is really more dangerous, I promise. This one needs a script on it. The enemy, oh, not a folder, an actual script. It needs the enemy2 script, which we can simply drag and drop on top of him, like so, and make this inherit from base enemy. Now let's have a look at what exactly happens in the enemy number 1, and we're simply just going to take the exact same values and just bump them up a bit. So I'm having a look right now at enemy 1. Nothing actually happens. They all have the same exact mechanic right now. Which kind of sucks. But we're really running out of time, so we could have put some different stuff in there. Like one of them could not even We could make some enemies that don't even attack, they're just hard to kill. We could be making them throw weapons or throw stuff at the towers from a long range, or even make enemies that attack towers on the side. This would all be defined in these little overloads. I mean, not overloads, but you get the idea, the inheritance children's. So drag this in here. We have our second enemy. We can bump the values. It is going to do more. It's not actually going to do anything more. It's just going to be more tough. So 5 HP instead of 3. So it's going to take 5 hits for this thing to go down and hit apply. Cool. So now when we play the second level, it should actually never crash anymore, because we do have this kind of enemy here, the one at index 1. It exists. So this should actually be possible to win. And I'd like to fix this little frame. I don't know if you see it because it goes so fast, but like for a single frame, it's flashing. So the light is flashing, the drop object is flashing. Now we also get this error down here. The arrow index is out of range, and that's because we haven't put the enemy inside of the list. So if you go over here in the game grid, I think, enemy prefab, it is now an array of 2, and the second one is enemy 2. Right, so I just said that we would be fixing... What exactly did I say I was going to fix? I am getting so tired. Oh, I was fixing the light. So if you have a quick look right now, as you can see it flashing, and that's definitely not something we want to see. So if we go over to the game grid, where exactly do we do our spawning? So over here, this is where we spawn our drop object. We're actually going to spawn right away at vector 3.up times 5. Maybe even like 5.5. And in our drop object, we're just gonna like reverse those values. So end position is going to equal transformed position. No, that's the start position. So that's the start position. Private vector 3 start position. And the end position is going to be end position is equal to start pos. Actually, it's equal to a new vector 3 start pos dot x 0.5x and start pos dot z. And all we have to do is say start position here and end position there. That should actually fix our problem and make it a little bit cleaner for those objects. Alright, so let's give it a final try. We spawned this, we spawned that, just for fun, good times. As you can see, this actually comes down falling from the sky, and it's looking fairly cool. Nice. And now we need some kind of way to block this enemy. Those are the bad enemies. As you can tell, they're really like more red than these ones. So these are the enemy of type 2. And that's really it, actually. And if you wish, you could be creating those new towers. So like this kind of tower. That's actually a red tower. Red tower is going to be of, say, 10 hit point, doesn't do any damage, and let's just make the attack cooldown something like 5,000, because it doesn't attack either. Who cares about the damage and the attack cooldown at that point? And that's it. I just simply change the value inside of the prefab of the script, and now I can go ahead and just play this game. So if I launch an actual level that allows me to spawn this tower, the third tower, I believe, I can simply put this here and wait until it dies. But this is a tower wall, so it doesn't do any damage. As you can tell, my HP is here. It's at 7 right now, and it goes down. But these things, they don't take any damage, because it's not a tower that does damage. It's only there to block for a certain moment. And now, as far as the balancing goes, I am going to leave you on your own for that, because I am not ready to go for another hour on this. I actually have to leave quite soon, actually. So guys, it is time to actually start playtesting this thing on the actual device. I will go ahead and hit Control B on the keyboard, player settings, go over the resolution and presentation. Now on the Android, I'll be using, we're using landscape, so I'll be using landscape right in this case. Other settings, you need to actually assign a bundle identifier. I'll use com.n3k.cube vs spheres, like so. Version is a version 0.1, don't really care. Do we have all we need to actually build this? I'm going to hit build and run, and find my wire because it is not here, so just give me a moment. I should have actually set up that before I started the stream, but it's a little bit too late now, so okay. Well, actually, you know what? I have a better idea. We could be running this on the emulator. Oh well. So that's my build over here. And I'm going to start just pushing this on my device. Now to show you, I'll be using the webcam. So if you just let me a moment to set this up, I will be with you in a moment. Okay, video capture. Right, so we've got this thing over here. This is our game. Let me just kill this. Cube versus sphere. How is the lighting? The lighting is not too bad. Now, as far as this goes, the menu goes, we definitely have a bug with these, the size of these bubbles. But they do scroll. Do they scroll? They actually don't scroll. Oh, they do. Never mind. I was just not clicking on the right thing. Let's go with level 1. This is our level 1. Scaling looks great. I actually click on this. I install a tower, say here. That's a bad decision. Let me go back. Try that again. Install a tower there. I really don't like the focus on this camera. It's actually looking really cool. The colors and all, but you can't see it. Can't see it well. And actually, you know what? Let me put tower here. I can't because I don't have enough money. But we're gonna win anyway, because we have many lives. And that's pretty much it, guys. So here we go. We won this. Let's start level 2. Level 2, we can actually put this here. Oops, I actually misclicked and I placed it at the wrong place, but hey, who really cares? And yeah. Right, so that's our game that we've made in, I think, almost 6 hours. And that is pretty much it. So, the level currently unlocks by themselves, I mean. We need to find a way to actually make sure this does not stay that small. There has to be a way, I just didn't find it. Let me just go back inside of the editor really quickly. So if I go under menu, that's my level selection panel. This is what I am looking for. So the horizontal layout group is not supposed to force anything. And what is this horizontal fit? We don't actually need, oh, we don't need a vertical fit. So I'll just put that on unconstrained. Then go back to my actual scaling. Press play on this. Okay, so that's not working. it should be scaling with the screen size, and it's obviously not working properly right now, which is really a pain. Okay, I think it has to do with this thing. I should have another layer in this, I think. I am not sure. That is where the horizontal layout group should go. So that is the container that owns a horizontal layout group. It should not be here. And then I go back inside of menu manager, we just go here, change this, okay. I think that's actually it. That was the problem. Now for some reason this doesn't work anymore and I can't use my my things. What is going on here? Okay, so maybe this one does need a content size fitter with a minimum size. I just don't get why it's so weird when you boot it with a small screen. Alright, let me just restore that to what we had prior. And now it's really messed up. Okay. So canvas, let me just drop a button in there so I can actually have a look at what I'm doing. Oh, maybe if we don't put it on stretch, I think we have a better chance of making this work. So I'm not going to put this on stretch. The height is here. We can actually bump this thing up. And also move this up a little bit so it doesn't actually block my raycast like it used to do on the phone. Now if I hit apply on that and we actually try booting a game right now, since it's no longer supposed to stretch, I think we're good. And we are, so good times. Right, now if we put this really small, we boot the game again. I lied, not so good times. I wonder if there's a way for them not to have a minimum size and still assume the correct size. So on the level button, I just toggle these off, the minimum size and the minimum width and minimum height. And it's obviously not working because now they have like the smallest size and they don't actually have anything. Okay. Alright, let's turn this back on. Minimum weight, minimum height, minimum height of, I think I had like 150. Boot this again. What if I only use the preferred instead? If I use the preferred width. Okay, you know what? I am going to leave it like that because I need to bounce right now. And let's just have a quick last look at this whole thing. Level selection panel, using this on minimum size. Now I will go under my drop object, level button, toggle minimum width and minimum size here, and then launch this. Okay, so we've got our level here. If I go inside of the level, what else do I need to fix? We haven't done a menu up here, a pause menu, but that's okay. This is fine. This actually shoots. And we have multiple tower, we have multiple enemies, even though they're not really diverse, they are there. And I think we can actually call it a day. Alright, I will do a final build, just one last build, and I'll be doing it over on my Android emulator. So you can actually see with the color and all that stuff on an actual machine, or Android machine, without using the webcam. Okay, so if we go over here, show in Explorer, we find our build right there. I'm actually going to double click on it, and it's going to build it inside of my emulator whenever it boots. Alright, let's double click on that. Success, okay, that's good. Cube versus Sphere, here it is. We boot it on our new machine, powered by Unity. We get this thing, we can scroll from left to right. This actually acts, my mouse actually acts as a touch. And here we go, so first level is here, we click on these things, we put some towers. And the best thing about this is that all of the actual data inside of our game, like when are these things appearing, when are pretty much just these, which enemy we're spawning, all the data from that very level is stored inside a CSV. So technically what you could do is actually have that CSV stored somewhere on your own server, and whenever the people you're playing with, or whenever the people are actually playing your game, you could be asking them to connect to your server, download that CSV, and actually load up some level dynamically. And you wouldn't have to push a new update on the App Store or on the Android Google Play, because you'd be taking the CSV file directly from your own server. Or it's also useful if you just have somebody designing those levels for you, and you don't want them to use some weird code sheet or values in the inspector. They can actually use a Google spreadsheet. And that is going to be pretty much it for this one, guys. It was actually a fairly long live stream. I didn't expect it to be that long, but it's an actual game. It's an actual big game. And we haven't touched everything, which is kind of sad. But I think we did a lot of nice and interesting things that could be used in an actual clone of the game or for some other stuff. So guys, thanks a lot for watching. I will be seeing you really soon on the channel, and again, please leave me a like if you enjoyed this, if you learned something. I really appreciate it. If you have any question or comment, you can also leave them in the comment section below, and I'll try to answer them as soon as possible. Else you can be contacting me directly through my Facebook page, which is also in the description. So again, thanks a lot for watching, and I will see you guys in a near future.